Ah. I think it's just more latency than I'm used to. Let's see. Yep, we're going. Wow, I did not expect this many people. Actually, 1 minute. I'm gonna get a water. It feels thematically appropriate. Right back. Wow, I did not expect this many people. Actually, 1 minute. I'm gonna get a water. It feels thematically appropriate. Right back.
Hey guys, it's Wacky Will!
Okay, music. Yeah. Okay. I think I just need to turn up the microphone. Because for Diminish recording, I have it set to a fairly low level so I can keep the immense gain popping
Guys,
crap out.
Wacky Will!
Okay, music. Yeah. Okay. I think I just need to turn up the microphone. Because for Diminish recording, I have it set to... Bear with me for a moment, and for all of time. God, this soundtrack is so good. Okay, and that was probably way louder. That should work. And I'm gonna be leaning over here to draw, so... My microphone is gonna be all the way over here, so I'd better have it turned up. I'd probably need to turn down the desktop audio even more. Okay, and that was probably way louder. That should work. Oh, and I was also listening to my stream without even knowing. Welcome, everybody. My name is Saria. You may know me as the voice of Will from the web series Diminish. I am also the sole person working on the series. I do have a very, very, very good friend that I would bounce ideas off of a little bit, and I would show him all my videos first, and this resulted in like 1 or 2 minor tweaks, but it's basically all me, other than that. So, hi. If you're here, hopefully you're here willingly. I don't know if you would be coerced into being here. What I meant was, hopefully you're okay with this, with everything being unveiled. Oh god. I don't mean like I'm going to spoil everything. What I mean is, if you're okay with kind of the curtain being pulled back a little bit and it being Diminish being talked about as a work that I made instead of, you know, in the context of it being in-world, in Diminish world, which has been a really fun thing to experience too. You're here by force, yeah. So, you can still hear me? Even over here? Can you hear me over here? Blah blah blah. Muscly Teddy. So what was layer 3? Oh, I didn't work in layer 3 yet. Okay, yeah, this is gonna be the boy. This is gonna be the wonderful them boy. Awesome, nice, okay. Things are already better than I thought they'd be. Hey Saria, quick question just to check. Are your pronouns the same as Will's? That's... Now that you mention it, I haven't exactly explicitly listed Will's pronouns. So, my pronouns, I'm okay with any, honestly. I'm not gonna be upset about people using any pronouns that they like with me. I feel like I'm mostly cis at this point, because I am very comfortable with being a he, so he is probably the the main pronoun that will be used in regards to me, and that's totally fine by me, because I feel like I identify mostly as a he, but I feel pretty fluid about it, and I don't mind at all. I don't know, that might be an interesting way to answer the question, because I haven't given gender identity that much thought. Like, usually when I think about it, it's just like, yeah, I'm a he, and I'm okay with that. But, whenever I think about pronouns related to myself, I've discovered that I don't need to be restricted to just a he. I don't know. It's weird. But yeah, there you go. So call me whatever you want, but he is totally fine. They is fine. I don't mind she. Though, of course, he is what I mainly identify as. Reminds you of Yumi Nikki. So, I'm pretty green when it comes to basically all horror. So, most things that you guys bring up, I might unfortunately be unknowing of. I hate to say, but... Is that kind of why Apollo is he, they? When I was first developing Apollo, I kind of wanted the character in Diminish to be a they, so I set out to make them a they, and then as the characters started to come into their own a bit, I kept finding so much enjoyment, you know, referring to them as, oh, they're such a good boy, look at that boy, that I decided to make that a he, they. I decided to make them he, they, but the intent was to have them predominantly be referred to as a they, but I wanted to make sure that it was okay for them to be called a he, so that's why I included that. Okay, let me see here. And, God, thank you all for being here. There are 20 people. Goodness, I was not expecting there to be this many people. I only kept posting about it on Twitter just to make sure that people who expressed interest in this were going to be sure of when I was going to be going live. And I was not expecting this many people. They're also such a queen, so you are absolutely correct. They are incredibly fabulous in any sense, in any sort of way that you want to engender that. Okay, so what we've got here, obviously, I'm thinking that Teddy is going to be the front and center here, well, back and center, I suppose. And then in this area, probably going to have Apollo in the center there, a bit smaller. Several ideas for a pose or for thematic qualities here, because I want there to be a sun probably there. That's what Teddy is transitioning into, is probably a sun. I kind of wanted there to be like Apollo, you know, sort of with an action pose, you know, like Naruto running-ish. But I don't know if I am skilled enough to draw that, unfortunately. And then on the left and right, I don't know what's going to be happening. There's so many things that could be happening on the left and right. Or, like, you know, this could be the sun, and this could be the moon. Oh god. That happens way too often. That could be the moon, and it's sort of thematically referencing a transition from day to night, life to death, you know, all that good stuff. So, working on that. And feel free, you guys, I mean, Celine has been asking a few questions, and you are free to ask any questions that you want, AMA, I guess. I can't promise that I'll be giving you complete answers on everything, whether it be related to the work of Diminish or my personal life, but feel free to ask anything, and I will give you the best answer that I can. And I will try to actually do something here, because I'm not used to having this many people in a stream, period, but when I'm thinking about working on something, so I'm trying to decide on a pose. So let me go with the first idea I had, which is kind of more of emphasizing Apollo's etymology as a god. I'm assuming since Act 1 is finished, you are going to take a bit of a break from releasing videos. If that is the case, when do you plan to return? I am thinking about this myself. I'm not actually sure. Because there are a couple of things that I was thinking about doing, like side things that I mentioned on other accounts. And I'll leave that as a surprise. So I was going to be doing that no matter what. But I don't know if I'm going to be continuing the series soon, because there are several ways that I could take the next few videos. And I also could be revisiting things that people have suggested to Will via the Diminish account and YouTube comments, because there are things that I could revisit or I could leave as a mystery, and I'm deciding on what I want to do with that too. But Will already said that like he was gonna maybe try and check out some things on an alternate save file, so I might be doing stuff with that as well. But basically, I am figuring that out, and I'm not planning on there being a huge break where there's nothing, especially now that, good God, the YouTube. Let me check the subscriber count, as I haven't checked my I haven't checked the Diminish channel in a while. How many subscribers? 978. So like a week ago, we had like 115 subscribers. Also, thank you all who are subscribing to my Saria Song channel. This is a huge honor. Thoughts on tomato soup? So, cursed calendar. I don't actually remember what tomato soup actually tastes like, if I've ever had it. Favorite soup? Probably chicken noodle, if we're gonna be honest. I like miso soup. But just, there was a time like a year ago, before the pandemic hit, that I was out and about with my family, and we stopped at a nice little place for lunch, and I was just craving chicken noodle soup, and the experience of eating that was something else. Just a classic plain old chicken noodle soup. I don't know, but yeah, that was the first thing that popped into my head. So you might be seeing a chicken noodle soup entry at some point. But yeah, sorry, cursed calendar. I think it tastes like tomatoes. Says please more cats. It probably tastes like tomatoes if I had to guess. Tomato soup, but I can't give you an actual sort of detailed analysis on tomato soup, unfortunately, because I am very inexperienced with it. But I used to love Campbell's SpaghettiOs. That used to be my all-time favorite meal when I was younger, so maybe that'll tell you anything? I don't know. Maybe I actually love tomato soup? if that is to be classified. Okay, so here's what I was thinking here. The only thing is, maybe this is bled through in every single art that you've seen of Apollo. I don't know how to draw a wolf face facing front. I technically know how to do it, but I never get it to look like how it looks in my head. I only know how to get it to look like how I want to whenever, whenever it's like oblique or sideways facing. I just can't do it facing the front. Yet. Growth mindset, growth mindset. But I was thinking... I also have been doing mostly pixel art for a long time, so... Question. Why is the little birdie my favorite thing in Diminish? So, I was very amused when I was hanging out in the premiere of Diminish 17 and seeing that the bird was quickly becoming a massive meme. It was kind of just something that I threw in to give a little bit of color to the situation, even though, of course, it wasn't actually colored in. You know what I mean? So, the answer is because, I mean, why wouldn't it be? Also, we have a special guest. This is the main event, walking in my room right now. Say hello, everybody. As a tomato soup enthusiast, I can confirm tomato soup tastes like tomatoes. Okay. Good to know. We'll see if he feels like jumping up. He might jump on my bed. He likes to hang out on my bed these days. So the bird wasn't a really important thing. It can be. Because I am deciding... Diminish... The thing about Diminish that is interesting about the fact that it has taken off the way it has as my first, like, big published work is the fact that I've been making I've been making a lot of decisions as I go. So... The fact that I didn't intend the bird to be important initially does not mean that it's not going to become potentially the most important thing in the series. That's just the way that the series has worked so far in my workflow. Yeah, you were going to ask if the cat was a real cat. So, I don't know how much I want to reveal about the process of making Diminish. But, yeah, the cat is a real cat, and all of those moments are the cat actually coming in and making noise himself. But yeah, to put a lid on that response, the bird could be an important thing, and I'm trying to be careful about how many things that end up in Diminish are as a direct response to things that people are saying or asking or, you know, because I don't want to present the feeling like, okay, this person got their thing in, so if he doesn't put in what I said, then I'll feel bad. Like, I don't want that to be happening. So I'm trying to be careful about the things that become main text and Diminish that people were hoping that they would affect inside the series as viewers. So I'm trying to be careful about that. But tomato soup was already planned to be in there. I decided to make it earlier on as a result of seeing a response in there. But I'm gonna be a bit more. Not to say that. So I will be affected by things that I see just naturally. It might be subconscious, it might be more conscious, what I put in as a result of people responding to the series with. We'll just have to wait and see. What is your MBTI type? I'm not sure what this means. Could you explain that to me? Because I might know what you're talking about, but I don't know what that term means. I knew the bird was the most important character. You could see it in his eyes. Okay, going up there a bit. Celine says, Diminish question, you do a really good job conveying Will's struggles playing this brutally hard game. Thank you so much. How much of that is real? Do you have a way to control when you die or progress successfully? Basically, all of it is real. I will reveal that. Basically, all of the rage that you're seeing is genuine. I am a very, very, very moody person, and I've struggled lifelong with being very hard on myself and reacting to taking things very personally, based on my own performance in basically any sort of endeavor. So, a lot of Will's character is going to be very naturally a result of my character. I'm just letting that be what it is, and hoping that it results in compelling storytelling. Like, is Diminish actually as hard for you as it is for Will? It is, yes. Absolutely is. And I was feeling all of the pressure that you were hearing from Will. How much of the gamer rage in the videos was okay, yeah, that's what Celine was asking. I saw the bird as a small, persistent sign of encouragement. That kind of is what I was going for. Again, I don't want to... I want to be really open about the series, about everything in the series after it's all over. It's going to be so hard for me to hold back now that I've decided to do this live stream, and I hope that this wasn't a mistake, but especially yesterday, I was so exploding with emotion that I just couldn't keep it back. And it's amazing to see people come in here and hang out. A presence of someone, but completely open to that just being my interpretation. That is another important thing, is that I don't want to, as a creator, create things. No. As a creator, I don't want to make interpretations feel moot as a result of my interpretation. So I want to be careful with the things that with like the Word of God, you know? I don't want to devalue any world or any headcanon. I want all headcanons to remain valid until the work is over and beyond, you know? I don't want to squash that out by talking about things from my point of view. That's very important to me. So I was feeling a bit that's why I was trying to walk back what I was saying about how viewers would interpret how viewers interpreting the work would affect the work. Like it's all very much up in the air at this point. The bird Loki reminds me of the Flipnote frog. I don't know what that is. Sorry. Here goes the real question: Mario or Luigi? Both answers are correct, but for me, Luigi, for my whole life. Now we're talking about struggling with games. So, and then Ball asks, have you played any Souls game? I haven't, and to be truthful with you, I haven't really played video games at all in the last 5 or 6 years. It's been basically Super Smash Bros. Melee on and off, picking up a couple of things here like Golf Story. I'll watch my sister play games here and there. My sister is alive and well, guys. She's amazing. We have a great relationship, and she is alive. So, in the Saria canon, you can know that. In case that helps you feel better about anything. I'm not struggling with that. But yeah, that has already that cat is already out of the bag in terms of my real life. Just want to but yeah, I have not been much of a gamer at all. Just kind of little things here and there. What games have I been playing? I'm blanking here. I'll think about it later. I'm sorry. I'm gonna be a mess. I'm gonna be such a mess today. Just want to add this series has inspired me so much thus far. You've really created something deeply touching here. It's an honor. Venwoff, it's an honor. I'm very, very glad. Yesterday was so wonderful. It was truly, anytime you saw the Saria account talking about how it was like one of the greatest days of my entire life, it's not exaggerating. I'm also probably going to be posting a little audio clip that I recorded during all of that going on. So you'll get my, like, truly in the moment response to everything that was happening. But yeah, yesterday was something else. As a creator, I don't want to create things. Yeah, quote me on that, please. It's always the year of Luigi, true. My other cat question is, what's the name of Will's cat? Will's cat, you'll find out. My cat, so there are several, actually. And I'm going to make that, I think I want to make that a mystery. Which cat is the cat? Because, unless he actually jumps up here. And then you'll see which cat is the cat. But on social media, I might post little things of all the cats in this house, and you guys will have to theorize on which one is the one. So, I'll give you 4 names. Frisky, Muffin, Lou, and Mimi. Mimi is female, so that might be a bit more obviously out of the question, but those other three are, could be any of them. Yeah, Illusion Lock soundtrack. I haven't heard all the tracks yet, so, but every single one I've heard has been like, wow, this is truly good. Caprice, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Yeah, the biggest diminished secret. That is the only true ARG mystery of this entire thing, is the identity of Kitty. Claire thinks it's Muffin. Alright, we've got a vote. Well, it has a black tail, we know that. Claire says, I know it in my heart. Alright. Let's see if I can... Thank you all for chiming in. This is very enjoyable already. I was planning on this being short, but that was because I thought there was just gonna be like 2 or 3 people in here. We have 26 people watching now. Okay, and now you're also gonna see how long it takes me to get upon a version of art that I feel any sort of decent about. Okay, and I think I want Apollo to be kind of looking upward here. God, this is gonna wreck me. Okay, I'm not gonna start with this one, you know? I don't know. Let me block it out first. How about that? So this was one of my first ideas about what Apollo will be doing in this wallpaper. The pecs, of course, are essential. That was what I loved about the first fan art that I saw this morning when I woke up, was Apollo floating in the ocean. Good God, that wrecked me. But the pecs were outstanding. Absolutely incredible. I'm late behind. Hey, Scratchy, how you doing? Thoughts on Diminish 8. Thoughts on Diminish 8. Am I going to go honest about this yet? I might hold back until later. I don't know. But there is a definite story behind Diminish 8. Yeah, that's all I'll say for now. There is definitely a story behind that. Your opinions on Petscop. That is a can of worms that I also might open later. I might make an entire video about it, like a video essay, and be one of those people. Not that that's a bad thing! Why did I say it like that? God, that's not what I meant. That's not what I meant. Clearly, I really respect video essayers, because I'm a huge fan of Nightmare Masterclass's work on Petscop. God, I'm sorry. I love video essayers. Much love to all the gamers out there. But yeah, I might do it more in a video essay when I unleash all my Petscop stuff. But love Petscop. Love Petscop. I actually need to do a full rewatch because I discovered that I had forgotten a lot of things that happened later in the series, so... In before Diminish ends like the Silent Hill 2 joke ending. Kitty is in control of everything. Well, that's not even an ending, that's just the truth of the work. Please leave the stream up, I'm just on a break from recording something I'd like to watch when I'm done. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was unsure about what I would do. I was leaning toward making it unlisted. But I might leave it up, okay. We'll see. I might make an edit. Okay, here's what I might do. I might make... But that would be unfair. I don't know. I'll think about it, Chickpea. I'm sorry. But your sentiment is definitely made aware to me now. That'll influence my decision. Yeah, no, I've been making cookies, so here's my, actual diminished question. Favorite episode to make / act in? Okay, this one I will answer. Okay, favorite Act 1 episode. Favorite episode so far. For me personally. Oh, this is a good question. Oh, and I haven't considered this, actually. So, until Diminish 17, my favorite episode, holistically, just as an episode, was Diminish 9. That was the one that I was most proud of. It was probably, to that point in my life, my masterpiece as an artist was Diminish 9. You're DMing Nightmare Masterclass right now? You're gonna tell him that I said that? Like, that I said video essayers in a derogatory way? So, until Diminish 17, obviously, now takes the place of my masterpiece as an artist. That's just the way it is. Regardless of its actual quality, it's just kind of my opus as an artist. Like, it doesn't have to mean that it's, like, a great piece of art. It's just, personally, that's the biggest moment of my life as an artist so far. In terms of my favorite to make, 17, there are a lot of my favorite moments as well in there, but it was very difficult to make because there were some things that I had to re-record, and by virtue of it being so long, it was so tough to make sure that every take was my favorite when I did re-record things, because I don't re-record things often. Yeah, I was... Then Waff says this OST is really good. I was just thinking about how this tune was slapping so hard. Episode 11, I'm very, very, very glad that Episode 11 had such a positive response. Because, as I said, much of the things that happen in Diminish are not planned out long in advance. And this is a relative thing, because all of my other canons that I'm working on, all of my other large works that are in the works, they have been in the works for a long time. And so Diminish, only by comparison maybe, feels like it's just kind of happening as I'm like flying by the seat of the pants. But 11, a lot of the writing for the Soup in the Day is happening in the moment. It's very visceral. It's just straight from the heart, not planned at all. Yeah, I'm gonna keep thinking about which one was my favorite to make, and from the different aspects and why. Diminish Analysis has been canceled. Shake my head. Yeah, God, I hope not. I'm really, really, really enjoying the Nightmare Code Masterclass series. Good God. And that still blows my mind that that started happening so soon. I mean, everything is blowing my mind because this is just too fortunate. But more on that later. Do you have a hard time picking out pictures of Charles Manson in Episode 8? They're all really goofy. So I knew I was gonna have to make a decision with which one, but I decided to not think about it too hard. So no, I knew that there were a bunch that I could have gone with, but that moment obviously gave me a lot of things to work with. I don't want to talk about Charles too much. First off, I'm not as researched as I should be to talk about Charles Manson, but I also don't want to give the man the time of day. So there you go. Nice illusion mock music, yes. I wanted to back down on this since you haven't played any games in a while, but I'll say it anyway. Is Diminish inspired in any way by The End Is Nigh? So I did see some of the game before making Diminish, but it wasn't in my mind consciously when I was making it. And I played it a little bit, but I actually, yeah, it wasn't in my mind, maybe subconsciously, but I think the whole grayscale aspect of Act 1 just sort of happened. It wasn't super planned. But yeah, The End of Nigh looks pretty cool, and I enjoyed playing it. But I'm not much for that sort of... It might surprise you, but I'm not really a rage game sort of person or a precision platformer sort of person. Even though the games that I've been working on have been tending toward that, at least. Rayla's gameplay in Project Zadia is precision platformer-esque. 9 is my favorite episode, but 17 might overtake it. Cool. Episode 11 made me cry. Yeah, that's what I responded to earlier. Yeah, thank you. That's such a ridiculous honor. The hot and sour soup speech about cringe culture, becoming a zombie, etc. really struck close to home for us. Is there anything you're willing to share about the inspiration behind that sentiment? Some of it is general. It's just the way I felt about that for a long time, but it has been a response in me that has been building for years, as a result of just being on the internet and seeing how people respond to things, and I just wanted to talk about it in that moment. So yeah, it's very personal stuff. Moments of like watching AGDQ would and like Smash tournaments, and seeing how people would react, like just walls of cringe text anytime that a person on the screen would do and like just do something, you know, just behave like a human being. I don't know. Yeah. So without spoiling anything, how much of Diminish is already planned story-wise? Pass. I'm sorry. Yeah, you can tell that the soups of the day are very visceral and real, and that's what makes them what they are. It's really, really good. Thank you, I'm glad. Do you actually like carrots and peanut butter? I will reveal this. When I came down and started that audio and sat down to have some carrots and peanut butter for the show, for the episode, that reaction that you hear was very genuine, because I think I've had it before at some point in my life. I had to have, right? Maybe when I was younger, but I didn't remember how it tasted. So, that reaction that you heard was me, honestly, like, oh my god, I can't believe how good this is. So yes, I like carrots and peanut butter, and that was kind of me figuring that out in Diminish. Wow, I was just randomly searching for more info on the series, and I stumbled upon... Oh, thank you for making the series. It already means a lot. Thank you! That's cool. Yeah, I hope that this is alright with you, the fact that, I'm presenting myself in this way and talking about the series out of context of the in-world stuff, because I know that that's part of the experience, and that I was unsure about how I was going to go about this throughout the series, about talking about it as Saria, partially just because of how amazingly it worked in Petscop with Tony. Like, nobody knew if it was real or a story until Tony came out as the creator, and then even then I didn't know if it was actually the creator or if it was just somebody game jacking, because it was, oh my god, it was so well done. And part of me was wanting to working on something for the OST release. I see it now. Sorry. Let me fix that. Yeah, I wrote all that right before going live. Is that better? Yep, I hated noticing all the typos that I accidentally put into Diminish, but I guess Teddy wouldn't have lingered too long in any part, so... Okay, that looks okay now. Thank you, please more cats. But yeah, thank you, Jessica. I hope you're enjoying. What do you think about Will puns? Will you make any of them yourself, or do you find them Apolloing? I adore the Apollo puns that I have seen so far. Will puns are great. I don't know how many I'll make. We'll see. I am an appreciator of puns in general. I adore puns, especially, I mean, of course, great puns. Are some of my favorite things in the world. The night we figured out who Tony was insane. There was a night of... Yeah. I remember feeling like I just did not know how to feel. Illusion Lock! Parson! I hope it's okay that I call you by your creator name here. Wait, who's that? Parson? Like parsing text? Parsing code? I don't... Why would Saria say that? Was that the entire soundtrack? Yes, it was. Wow, that went by fast. It's been 40 minutes? Oh my god. We'll see how long I'm going to be here tonight. And I haven't even worked on this poster at all. I only was going to work on the poster because, again, I thought there were going to be like 3 or 4 people here. But yeah, dude, Parson, this soundtrack is so killer. And I actually haven't seen all of Illusion Lock yet. I'll say that in front of God and everyone. I have not seen all of it yet. And one thing I will say right now, as I'm being picky about the things that I'm revealing about the process of Diminish and things about it. So, as I was creating the ocean level for Diminish, it was at a point where I had not seen any of the ocean parts in Illusion Lock yet. So the initial look for the ocean area was completely purple. And then when I saw the thumbnail for the second season, or the second series of Illusion Lock, I was like, oh, maybe I should adjust this a little bit. And I ended up liking the new look for the ocean level more, so that worked out great. But I wanted to make sure that it didn't seem like I was trying to rip off the Illusion Lock look for the ocean segments in that series, because that's important to me. I don't want to make it. I want Illusion Lock to be appreciated very much as its own thing. I don't want there to be things like, oh wow, Diminish clearly trying to look like Illusion Lock, and then the discussion about Illusion Lock becomes about Diminish. I don't want that. I want Illusion Lock to be appreciated all on its own terms, because it deserves to be. But that doesn't mean that Diminish is not inspired by Illusion Lock, because it certainly is. Part of my experience of watching Illusion Lock last summer was what made me want to make a TGIF of my own in the first place. So, but thank you, Dinah. That means a lot to me. if the Petscott guy had revealed himself earlier, it would have been much of a difference. Yeah, I figured Diminish was a web series off the bat. I can suspend my disbelief. Yeah, so part of the reason that I wanted to put my Twitter link in the Diminish game bio immediately from the very beginning when I created the Twitter account was actually for something that I experienced as a result of Noelle Stevenson's She-Ra and the Princesses of Power, the Netflix series. She half spoiled something in the series, in the end game, but it was something that I needed to hear because I was like not able to survive without that knowledge. So for that sentiment, I kind of wanted to keep my Twitter bio linked and have there be this sort of dim sideways knowledge that this is a fictional web series. Even if I'm not like being really outward with it as Saria and like promoting it and all that stuff, I don't really want to do that until it's all over. I wanted there to be that kind of relief that people can hold on to if people need it, and still be able to do all this in a way that if people don't want that, then they don't have to see it. So that's the line that I'm trying to toe here, and hopefully I'm not being too clumsy about it. I'm going to be clumsy. This is my first rodeo. This is my first time being truly seen as a creator, like as an original publisher. So I'm going to be learning a lot of lessons here. So I'm sorry if that's at anyone's expense as a viewer or otherwise. Oh yeah, as a moderator in part of the Petscop community for a long time after Tony came out, we thought he was a game jacker. Wow. That is just a testament to how incredibly well he weaved the suspension of disbelief, isn't it? Unbelievably well done. Mostly that was just because a bunch of his friends showed up. Interesting, okay. Yeah, I can only imagine, because I have not been a part of those communities, really. Do you like the Game Boy Zelda games? I noticed you use the font from them in Diminish. I have not played much of Oracle of Seasons or Oracle of Ages. I need to start more music. I completely forgot what I was doing, because I started talking about Illusion Lock, which I need to watch all of. I will do that. Sorry, Parson. What was it? Oh yeah, the formative Game Boy Zelda game for me was Link's Awakening DX. That was the main one that I played, and I played it a lot for a couple of summers. Love that game. So yeah, when I saw that font was for free and commercial use, I jumped on that immediately and was like, yes, I'm using this. Huge fan of Link's Awakening DX, for sure. Yeah, Dinah with the very lovely comment about the ocean. Thank you so much. So did he create the game part of Diminish, or was that done by somebody else? I did all the coding and everything in a game engine called the Godot/Godot game engine. So yeah, everything was by me. And that's part of why I wanted to make the series, was because I need to get better at game design, and I want to be a game developer, so this series presented that amazing opportunity of with the conceit that I came up with of the person who was making it is dying. They did not have much time to make it, so it needed to look rushed, and I could get away with all of my inexperience like showing through as an actual thing that supplements the plot, and that made it one of the things that was like, I have to do this now. I have to make this series. The clumsiness makes the reactions and narration in Diminish videos feel a lot more authentic. The series is great because it feels so real. Thank you so much. Will's narration just totally makes it. Thank you. And it has been very, very tickling to see how many people just purely viscerally enjoy the Let's Play aspect alone and have been saying that they want a Wacky Will channel. I will say that I am a speedrunner. And I do have a Twitch channel that I stream on sometimes, and you guys, if you're interested in seeing Saria play games, then I'll go ahead and link that here. There you go. Will's, yeah, question. But warning, I am very much like Will, so I do get angry sometimes, and I'm sorry, and I hate it. Question, without spoiling specifics if you don't want, maybe rough percentage estimation, how much of Diminish is playable and that's just you playing it and how much of it relies on stuff in post. So, I didn't. Somebody else asked this on Twitter, and I didn't answer them on it, and I don't want to show favoritism, but so all I'll say is this: there is a lot more that I did in post that I would like, but not too much. Most of it was in game. I guess we're similar on that front, wanting to make games for a living. Nice, Evan, wee kid. Nice. Good luck. Much love. The game still looks really good despite being rushed. Thank you. That's cool. But I'm glad that I haven't seen any comments of people saying this looks too good for somebody who only had a few months to make it. So that's nice. So hopefully I'm going to continue to hit that sweet spot. Do you have any plans for Diminish to adopt any energy elements, or is it to be a self-contained video series? Feel free to not answer. Yeah, I will refrain from answering. Yeah. Yeah. But thank you for asking. Let me get some Diminish music going, I guess. We'll start off, I guess I'll start you off with something that you didn't hear in the series yet, if that's alright with you. And I don't know if this wallpaper is going to happen right now. I'm having too much fun talking, and there's no way I can talk and draw at the same time. So maybe I'll just make a fun Apollo art. Maybe I'll draw some moosels. I love drawing moosels. Moosels are my favorite things to draw. As you can see, I'm drawing them on Teddy too, any chance I get. Even after she's been like wasting away a bit. Look at that back. That's the swimmer's back right there. If I've ever seen one. Yes, I did all the music. Ooh, fancy. That was like one of my first times seeing the YouTube countdown thing, was on the first premiere that I did. Let's go, Caprice. Yeah, go for it. If it's what you really want in your heart, then don't give up. Do not give up. I wanted to so many times. Yeah, I'd say that as a creator, as a, how do you pronounce this, polymath, a person who tries to become experienced and develop a craft in many different areas. Music is probably one of my strongest at this point, so I take any chance I can get to make music for something. Okay, Evan, that's fine. Will mentions A and B as jump and action buttons, despite playing on keyboard. Is that yeah? It was just I've said A and B in response to like certain keys, just very involuntarily my whole life, just because that's how I see them in my mind. But yeah, they're not like an actual A and B key. It's actually a colon and period. That's what I use for A and B. Okay, hopefully this will be audible. Can you hear that in regards to my voice? Yeah, there's not an actual tempo to this, really. It's kind of lagging a bit, isn't it? Thank you, Claire. I really enjoy the way the music occurs in Diminish, jumping in to fit a certain mood rather than just being a single stage theme. I'm glad. I'm glad that that worked out so well. Killer Taco, I will refrain from answering this. I'll allow this to be a mystery. But thank you for asking. I'm sorry. How long will Diminish go for? No idea. We will see. Absolutely no idea. Let's see. I'm just sketching. You know, I was gonna do a Happy Apollo. Why don't I do that? I don't need to go all art study here when I don't know what I'm doing. Some of Will's reactions disparaged the controls, like the double dash, feeling clunky for how many segments rely on dash jumps. Since you coded that, are you faulting your own game design choices? That wasn't not so much my choices as my ineptitude to create responsive controls in some instances. I need to figure out how to fix that double tap dash, because that's going to be a mechanic in more games to come from me, for sure. Protect that smile. In the sprite, the smile looked way better than I thought it would. Because I normally just, again, I don't know how to draw canine creatures from a front-facing angle. And see, I'm struggling. I might have to use my own sprite as a reference. I will do just that. That's the thing. What do I want this to look like? I'm just kind of starting without getting a clearer picture of what I want in my head. I said I was going to draw muscles. And that's probably why I'm floundering right now. I don't know if I want to draw a happy thing or like a super cool like pose. Apollo's design is wonderful and cute. Thank you so much. I will say that Apollo's design is based upon an original character of mine that has existed for years now that I have not shared very much yet. But you may see some of that character in the future. The gift scop sprite sheet. You'll see. Oh yeah, the gift stops. Oh yeah, but yeah, that had a forward-facing Apollo. That turned out okay, I think, yeah. But that was also a struggle. I had to adjust it like 16,000 times. A picture of Apollo before he lost his muscle mass. Okay. Okay. And I can just do a standard, like, design sort of thing. There's no special pose. At least I can do like a standard, just standing there, and then maybe a special pose to go along with it. Picture of Apollo when he was the sexiest creature in the universe. Yes. Opinions may vary. Oh God. Let's get some new music. That's been going on long enough. I'm playing this through FL Studio, so the looping might be strange. And it might skip sometimes like it has been. Oh, which one was this named in the file? Seraphic Physique, yes. It's like a single flexing bicep. Still figuring out how to draw Apollo and having them actually look like Apollo. It's gonna look great, dude. Anything you draw ever, I'm going to appreciate more than you could possibly know. It doesn't matter if it looks like him or not. In whatever terms that we're qualifying here. Has Apollo taken the gold in any intergalactic Olympic championships? Interesting thought. I'll have to mull that over. When the final act of Diminish is completed, will you release it to the public, or will it only be viewable on the channel? I don't know if you plan that far ahead. I'm starting to think about that more. I'm starting to develop, not a plan, but I think I know in which forms it will be released, but you will be able to play Diminish in some form. Yes. I mean, he's still the sexiest creature in the universe, but just like in a different direction. Well put. Which one is the one that I want here? It's probably this. Yeah, it has to be. Might have to play this outside of FL Studio. Mac version, I'll have to work on it, yeah. I'll have to make sure that I figure that out. I guess I can't promise anything, but I will have that in mind. Buff Riku and put a fake PNG of Apollo's face over it, indeed. Yeah, this is skipping a bit. There's no physical feat that Apollo's body cannot achieve, except for failing to be best boy. You have to work on that, Apollo. Alright. So... buff Apollo. Past Apollo. Yeah, if we're gonna be honest, Apollo is still quite shredded, quite thick. Especially in the pectorals. Well, let's see what we got here. The main thing might just be the vascularity. That might be one of the main differences. Ooh. But no, I think Apollo should have always had like a very lithe form. I think, you know, for Apollo's theme on the Twitter, that is pretty close to what Apollo would have looked like, I think. I can keep... Oh yeah. Yeah, this is where the looping is going to be off. There will never be enough Apollo, true. Thank you all for being here, by the way. This is a lovely time. Thank you all so much for freaking... one of the most unbelievable experiences of my life. For supporting this series. The original Apollo design was not a Sonic OC, sorry. But I don't fault you for thinking so. Give him a little mouth, why not? Aww. Is 17 the first episode that you premiered to a chat audience? It was, episode 10 was. That was the first one that I premiered. But 17 was the first one following the Nightmare Masterclass influence, so... Every premiere before that had around 10 people, and those were amazing too. But the Nightmare Masterclass one, or the one after Nightmare Masterclass, number 17, was unimaginable to me. My favorite reaction chat moment during 17 was, spoilers for anybody, was when, we all found out that Apollo could swim. That was absolutely precious. But I couldn't believe how perfect all the reactions were for the entire episode. It was basically everything that I could have ever imagined, and far more. How long do you reckon it'll be before Netflix starts commissioning fictional Let's Plays? That's an interesting, actually, that would be an interesting discussion to start having. I don't think that it's absolutely out of the question. I think a lot of people will say that it should be out of the question. It would be an interesting discussion to have. I haven't thought about it enough to have my own opinion, but it's an interesting thought. I legit was marking out about that in Discord earlier today. Oh, really? I haven't looked in a little while. The way you were screaming, he's such a good boy! Apollo! You're such a good boy! Oh, yeah. God, that recording session was... Honestly, it's tiring to think about that recording session. I think Animal Investigator Builds is getting pitched. Oh yeah, that's the creator. I did hear the creator was trying to do that. I did hear about that. Yeah, I forgot. So thank you for bringing that up. Starting to look like a buff boy here. I don't know, what do you think? That's more of how a network works right there. The social network. I'm still figuring out what Apollo's favorite food is, actually. Apollo is the bestest boy in the world. Thoughts on Creepy Apollo? Oh, yeah, Creepy Apollo. Best thing ever. Yeah, I think Ace. Yeah, Ace. That was the thing at Ace. Yeah. God, that's the best thing ever. Okay, I see why Apollo was so proud of the Serath. Yeah. it's still great. Honestly, that is sort of a commentary on how it honestly really takes a person who is overly critical of how they look in that, like a bodybuilder, you know. A bodybuilder sees everything on their body, like things that other people don't see, things that they don't necessarily need to see. And I speak from experience. Like I notice things that don't matter, like changes in my body. And it can rule your life if you're not careful. Alright, let's get a different one going. Oh, that's the wrong one. Oh, God. Let's play this one. Why not? I loaded it. Side note, your singing voice is quite Disney-esque. Thank you. I appreciate it. There's a lot of work that needs to be done there. That happened to be a good take, so thank you. I'm very flattered. The question is almost for sure spoilers, but are we going to see a full furry pantheon in the future? No comment. This is quiet. That's fine. It gets louder. And honestly, in the episode is where it matters most that it's louder. We want the furry pantheon. We'll see. It's not a no, it's true. It's true. Take that as you will. It is a no comment. $6,000 karma points to anybody who can identify what that piano melody is outlining, or playing there, what it's called. That part there, what was that? What was that called? Sorry, this one's skipping a lot. There's a lot happening in this one. had my volume up very high, so I couldn't tell. Kitty Will. Apollo strikes me as a bean paste kind of lad. Lots of protein for maximum gains. It's an interesting diminished theory. Maybe that's Apollo's favorite food. Which one was the one I was trying to get to? Thank you all for hanging out once again. This is awesome. Here it is. Oh, I know what we need here. We need more of the... Any recent albums I'd recommend? I don't follow music as much as I should either. Whatever the best new jazz album is, or a person I know. My jazz instructor recently released one. What was that called? What was that called? I'm an idiot. That's not what it's called. Oh god. My sister played in that album. I should know what this is called. This is horrible. My sister, I was there live when it was recorded. I'll think of it. Odd question, what is Apollo's favorite genre of music? Anything that he can play. Getting into the deep diminished theory crafting, deciphering Apollo's lifting routine, yes. Not sure if this is a rude question, but how old are you? That's fine, I'm 26. It's as important a topic as Apollo's workout routine, yeah. Is there anything you want to tease for Act 2? Splash. To be honest, I'd like to know myself. Not really. I have plans, but there's a lot that I have to work out myself. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, now we're starting to get there. Oh yeah, we're starting to get there. Yeah. Yeah, we're getting there now. And now I'm looking at my stream here and I'm comparing it. Okay, now we're starting to see a little bit the difference. Do you play any actual instruments? I play trombone. I've got it over there. And I do sing sometimes. Trombone is the only one that I have any sort of proficiency with at all, unfortunately. I hate that. Is there anything you... Oh, yeah, he already said that. Look at that big strong boy. I want to change his arm angle here. Because I want to make sure that his legs are visible. Because I love drawing super muscular digitigrade legs. And this is more of the arm angle that he has in his they. I normally refer to them as a they. This one loops perfectly. Nice. Keep this one going for a while. Yeah, I want to make sure their legs are visible. Get the full glory of a freaking wolf beast. And I only mean that with leg muscles. I don't mean anything else here. I really did not. Although, if we're gonna be honest, this is just... No, I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it. It wasn't anything bad, but I'm not gonna say it. is the angle like here? It needs to be... like this, and then I do needs to figure out the jitter grid from angles. I'm way better at animating small sprites. I'm sure this is a universal fact for most people, but I'm way better at animating small sprites and making it look all correct than I am at actually drawing things. The spreading process for Apollo does not take very long. Everything looks basically the way I want it to, quite fast. How does one do this? Yeah, it's not supposed to look like he's sitting on something. What is the angle here? Yeah, so if it's facing the camera, then he's going to be higher. Excuse me as I work through this. Art is not what I would call one of my strong suits. I don't mean to say that I'm a bad artist. I'm very proud of how far I've come. Really proud. And happy and satisfied with the result of Diminish. That's better. But I am not as far along with art as other things. I'm a very slow artist. I'm able to come up, like, I may actually come out with art that looks the way I want it to these days, but it often takes a really, really long time with a ton of trial and error. In Diminish 17, one of my favorite moments was when you shouted, "It's a sign," at the top of your lungs. Yeah. I was gonna turn that into more of a play on the phrase, but I think it was fine as the way it was. I decided not to mess with it. I'm glad that you loved it. To the trombone, Justin, bony seraphic physique boy. Status pun genius, yeah. Apollo, I love... What I love about Apollo is how witty they are, actually. Like, oh darn, I erased something. When did that happen? Oh no, that is not an erasure. That was from me moving the arm. Okay. I could have fixed it anyway, but yeah, I like Apollo's dry wit. I like that a lot about them. I'll just clear this up right now so I don't continue to feel like I messed something up. Is there any thematic relevance to the level design? So level design is also something that I'm very behind on, and this project has helped me with level design a lot. There is a lot of stuff that I lucked into with the level design and how well it worked out. In terms of visually, I will pass. Do you have much experience with projects involving anthro/furry characters? Project Zeta has a human cast in contrast to Apollo and Diminish. Any preference between the two? Great question. A lot of my original worlds and original stories involve animal characters. I have had a lifelong interest in those characters with Star Fox and Sonic and other things. So yeah, I enjoy the potential that an animal character brings with their abilities and their personality traits and the sorts of irony they can create with that, the sorts of expectations that you can either fulfill or subvert. I feel like there's so much potential with animal characters in so many ways. Oh wow, someone doesn't skip leg day. God, I love drawing muscular legs, as I was saying, yeah. Apollo is so genuinely funny. I'm really glad that you think so. Yeah, if you like how muscular Apollo is, wait till you see the character that he is based off of. Whew! Oh. Yeah, this is the leg angle that I wanted, yes. This is a cool pose, yeah. Beans! I did not know that toe beans was a phrase until my sister said it, referring to her cat one fateful night a few years ago. And at first I was like, that's so weird. Why would you say that? But I came to accept it. As you know from Diminish. I hope you all are enjoying yourselves, as I certainly am. Yeah, so this angle should not be super intense either. Yeah, like, what is this gonna be? Just block that out. Oh, but it could be like... No. No. What am I going for here? Oh, Apollo is based on another character of mine, and that character is based on some designs of Pokemon for sure. Yeah, Zoroark, interesting. Yeah, I can see that. That was not one of the ones that I was basing the other character off of, but I can totally see that. That's a good comparison. Another spoilery question that's similar to an earlier one: how many of the key items, like the belts or notes, in the inventory would be collected by the end of the game? A few, most, all. Pass. Great question, though. I'm still learning how to use FL Studio instead of just sticking to a live piano. Live piano is great. I need to learn how to do a live piano, honestly. I'm jealous. Like, the piano that you're hearing right now is just an instrument that I am using. It's a sample. It's not a real... I wasn't actually playing. I would love to be that good at piano. These muscles are not correct. It's more like... that, right? I think. Yeah, that's closer to actual anatomy. So is this more like... I started putting in the definition without even realizing that this is what I wanted. That's still not quite it. Here I go, suddenly gripped by the definition up by the ribs and the serratus anterior. Yeah, I think that's how it works. Okay. Baby carrots or whole carrots? My whole life I've always been more partial to baby carrots, but I will not say one is better than the other. And that's gonna be my answer for most things. One is not better than the other, I believe. Truly believe that. It's not just me trying to be a cop-out. That's a fair... Which one? Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry for all the questions that I'm skipping, but I'm trying to hold myself to that. Live piano was so much fun. Miss using the grand piano at my high school pre-COVID. Oh gosh, yeah, I'm sorry, that stinks. Since you mentioned Pokemon, was Mewtwo any source of influence? I think a lot of those Pokemon, either consciously or subconsciously, work their way into my inspiration for a lot of these characters, without, again, like, either whether I'm conscious of it or not. Mewtwo, I was not thinking... Like, Apollo... The design for Apollo... The design for Apollo happened very quickly. It was like... There's like 2 or 3 drawings. It's like, oh yeah. It was basically my other character, except with an awesome ponytail. So, I didn't go through much theory crafting with Apollo's design. And I'm hoping that eventually, once my other character is unveiled in their work, that there will be enough differences between them that they can both stand alone as their own, and it won't just be, oh well, this is just Apollo with XXXX YZ. I didn't mean to use the X's and to mean anything else. Again, I have to stress. Guess your favorite... Oh, yeah. Chatot, is that what it's called? Another question if the difficulty is all real. At the end of 17 was really close. With the countdown on near misses with Spikes and Comb Boys, what would have happened if you had died at that part? I would have cried. Very, very, very loudly. I don't know what I would have done, Celine. I don't know what I would have done. I don't know what I would have done. I can't even think about that right now. Nepalo, yes. This song's been going for a while. I'll put on something else after this. Yeah, but you can see how long it takes me to just do a rough sketch. So I am a very, very slow drawer. I am much faster when I'm working in Ace Sprite. That was a perfect finish then, huh? I was very lucky. I was very lucky. You turned into Will there for a second? When I was talking about what what would have happened if I hadn't made it past the ending. Yeah. What should I play next? We go to Petscop's soundtrack, why not? Oh, okay, good. I thought that I accidentally stopped my stream for a second. No, I just went off of my screen. I'll go back to that. So that's the nice thing about YouTube chat, is that it keeps everything there. What should I play next? I'm gonna see my reaction. We go to Petscop's soundtrack, why not? Oh. Lovely. Oh, that's lovely. I am wondering how I'm going to, I'm probably going to say copyright Saria when I release the soundtrack, or maybe use my full name. I want to make sure that, because I'm fond of this music. I want to make sure that if somebody tries to steal it, it's there's a clear trail to the proper owner. Like, steal as in claim it as their own. Like, I'm not gonna crack down on people, like, owning it without buying it or something. Because I'm also... I wasn't considering even putting it up for purchase, like, with money, until I saw that Parson did that with the Illusion Lock soundtrack, and now I'm considering doing that on Bandcamp. But I will also have my soundtrack in full in a video on YouTube, for Act 1, that is. Curious how that would have worked from a gameplay perspective, like if the player dies in the countdown part, does the whole earthquaking countdown and everything reset for the next attempt? That's the thing too, yeah. It's like, it kind of... Well, this is awkward, you know? Exactly. Oh yeah, this pose ended up not looking too bad. I think once I adjusted the foreleg, it actually made the other leg look a little bit more sensible. I also did adjust the angle, I was forgetting that. It's still jutting out a little bit. I mean, that's kind of how it works, isn't it? Boom, 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 boom. Here, maybe this is partially why. No, that makes it look like he's sitting on something again. It's close, it's close. What's the inspiration for the enemy designs? Just kind of seat of pants. It was very... just spur-of-the-moment stuff. It was fortunate that they turned out to be... the Comb Boys turned out to be as iconic as they were. God, that... oh, filled my heart when I saw, what's her name? Pseudonym Jones. How fond she was of the Comb Boys. I definitely want to spend some part of this live stream admiring the fan art. Definitely. But that is a good question, yeah. Art is, unfortunately... I want to make a webcomic. There's a tennis webcomic that I'm working on. I don't know if I have the skill to do the art on my own. I'm just so slow. Not to say that I couldn't ever become skilled enough, but my focus and my time is spread to many different other things that I don't know if I would be able to dedicate as much time all the time toward not only achieving that level of artistic ability but maintaining it. Oh, they steppin'. Are the Comb Boys actually supposed to be combs? I didn't have any clear image of what they were supposed to be when I was designing them. So when I saw that they did look like something, even though it was so unintentional, I was like, I love it! And I ran with it. So I do have to readily admit that I just had no idea what I was doing. Sorry. Yeah, Pseudonym's fan art is every fan art I've seen so far has been unbelievable for a different reason, but that one, it's just so thematically perfect. Just every part of it is so well placed. And honestly, the one with Apollo floating, I need to shout out the artist who did that one. I need to get their name right. Ropnok. I'm looking at it right now. Once again, the pecs are outstanding, but just their entire take on Apollo holistically is so amazing to me. I love their take on the legs. It's sort of a more animalistic look. I think it's perfect. And just the feel of it. Because I think that this is a perfect... here, I'll have us all look at it right now as I'm talking about it. See if I can drop it in. Whoa! Big boy. I'll just create a giant canvas. Oh my lord, it's so good. And, let me make sure I credit them. Actually, white works out better, doesn't it? Okay. Now I'll talk about what I was going to say. This image nails every single fiber of my body for many reasons. But not only that, like, just on that surface level, puns, unintentional, I feel like this is a perfect post-episode 17 image. Not only just showing where Apollo is right now, but, like, capturing the vibe of the aftermath of that episode. Exactly! Yes, Celine! Just relaxing after everything, taking it in, soaking it in. Oh, it's just so good! It's so good! Oh! And I love their little belly button. Their poofy legs. Oh! And their hair. Oh, look at that. Like, this is the first time that I've seen, like, it might still be in the ponytail intentionally, but they just have it affected by the water. But I see it as, like, they have their hair down, and this is, like, we've never seen Apollo with their hair down yet, and I feel like that also creates a really interesting feeling. This is incredible. I have some chat to catch up on. I always saw the Comb Boys as shambling figures with their heads down. Yeah, that was kind of the broad thing that I was going for there, yeah. Exactly. Celine says, no apologies needed, there's no right or wrong answer for behind-the-scenes questions like that. It's a neat matter of curiosity. Okay. yeah, thank you. DM says, you said you sprite faster earlier, yeah. Make your webcomic... A sprite comic. Well, that's the first I've thought of that. Yeah, that would help it look different too. That is a very interesting suggestion. I will keep that in mind, DM. Thank you for offering that. I never considered that before. Celine says, Diminish sprite webcomic in the vein of Bob and George. You just took me back to when I was 10 years old! Oh, Celine, how did you hit that wavelength? Oh my god. I honestly, this is... I'm sitting in that, like, it slapped me in the face, like, all of those memories, and the fact that came back to me as a result of somebody who is enjoying my very random contribution to the world. Oh my god. Bob and George, those were the days. A Mega Man fan comic that turned into something indescribable, just very much its own. Wow. Yeah, Curse Calendar says, my favorite parts of this work are the lighting effects, Apollo's design, and everything else. Yeah, those are the things that stand out. Yeah, I love how, even though it has, like, the purplish water that I kept from the original design of that level, you can see the orange sky reflecting in the water and off of Apollo. That causes such an incredible look, and Apollo's design is so adorable and so fitting. I love their take on Apollo. Oh yeah. I don't know if I'll like actually use it officially or not. I would like to continue to promote them and this work, but yeah, it does feel like a perfect. It would be cool to use it as like the banner for a while, but I feel like I should pay them if I'm gonna do that. Pizza Chef, super happy to have found the series this morning and watched through all of it. Wow, it was super good. Thanks for making my week. I'm excited for the OST release. Thank you, Pizza Chef. That means so much to me. I'm glad you found it. How did you find it? If it's alright for me to ask. Happy! Hi, Happy. King Gosuto, I'm fascinated by how all the rude language was censored or cut off except for in 17 for the most part. Was that just to get the extra emotional intensity for the episode nailed in? Yeah, it felt appropriate to keep all of the to keep the language uncensored in 17. It just felt right. Like it wasn't something that I really thought about super closely, but it just felt right. I can't really find any other way to word it. Also, I'm going to check some of these notifications now that I'm here. There's another one! The Epsilon. Whoa! Okay, yeah. Wow. Fan art! This is new. This is a new experience. This is a new experience for me. Every single thing that I'm experiencing as a result of Diminish is new. It's all a first. For the most part. Like, I've had friends draw my characters before, and even that has been very seldom. This is complete strangers, just spurred by nothing except the fact that they witnessed my work. This has never happened to me before. These are absolutely moments that I've been dreaming of kind of my whole life, but especially since I started on this serious path of becoming an artist. Oh my god. This tune is long. Or no. Oh yeah, that's because it's a variation on the level 1 theme. Yeah. Or the level 2 theme? Yeah, it's just... It was happening earlier. Tricked me. Yeah, I'll show it. Yeah, sorry. It's another really interesting take on Apollo. Like, almost... Look at this one right now by Ropnok. And imagine the exact opposite in terms of interpretation, and that's what you're about to get. And it works so well. Okay, so I'll give you another look here. This is Ropnok's take on Apollo. This is... Here, I'll put their name up here. That is huge. There we go. This was posted 20 minutes ago. So you see what I mean? Like, here's Ropnok's, and here's theirs. It's like completely opposite ends of the spectrum, and both of them are perfect. Both of them are right there. Nailed. Because this person is capturing... Oh, yeah! And the fact that, like, it's that almost, like, nearly kind of creepy smile, that super devilish smile, that's and with that little star showing their vanity, but it works. Oh my god. And the super skinny, sinewy arms. Yes. Yes. Yeah, that expression is perfect. We went to see, okay, I found... Alright, going up here. Pizza Shaft, I found it through Andres Guerrero. Retweeting it. Oh my gosh! Nice. That's awesome. And I'm sorry if I butchered that name. That's cool, thank you. New Chromia found Diminish initially from... I feel like I've seen your name around for a long time, yeah. Starting with the first one, I've had tons of fun memeing with the community so far, and looking forward to following more cool stuff. Thank you, New Chromia, for being here through the thick and thin for this entire time. I do recall seeing your name from the very beginning, basically. Oh, you want to follow me after Diminish? Oh! Thank you. I hope you continue to enjoy what I have to show to the world. DM is here from Tony, yeah. Made at least 3 other friends watch it too because you did good, thank you. What's the font used for Diminish? Totally not asking so I can steal that idea of a Diminish webcomic from memes. Which one? Which font do you mean? Because I use a few. Like, do you mean the one that people like for dialogue, which is like the Zelda font? Or one that I use for like system font stuff, like when you're getting information? Because those are different fonts. Happy I found out about it when the creator of Petscop recommended. Yeah, I'm not surprised that a lot of people are here because of Tony. That was... I have... Like, when I did a isolated recording where I was talking about things, it was right after I found out that... Or basically in the middle of me finding out that Tony promoted me. So I do want to talk about this for a second, because... Diminish, and somebody did ask, I think I missed the person who said, where was this? When did the first ideas for this series develop? Evan Weekid. I'm sorry that I didn't get to that. I forgot to address that. So, this, less than 3 months ago is the answer. Late October 2020. Less than 3 months ago was when the idea for all of this even was conceived in my head. And a couple of weeks later, I had like a proof of concept, and then like a week or so after that, Diminish 1 went live. Or no, it wasn't even that long. It was like 2 weeks from the moment that I conceived Diminish to the release of the first episode, because the first episode was November 7th. And then even from November 7th to now... Hi! Are you gonna come up here? Are you gonna ruin my entire, evil plan that I had for people identifying which one was you? Is he visible? No. Okay. We'll see if he wants to come up here. But the point is, this has barely been happening at all. Like, this just started. Diminish just started. Less than 3 months ago. 2.5 months ago, like, officially. And I'm already being, my series is being explored by Nightmare Masterclass, and I was just shouted out by Tony yesterday. And I don't know what I'm thinking about it. Here, I'm gonna get Pseudonym Jones's fan art on here while I'm talking about this. I need to collect my thoughts. I don't know if I'm going to be able to say what I want to say. Because it's just so huge. There's just so much. And I don't know if I have the mental capacity to process all of it. Oh. Kitty. Okay, I work fast. Maybe I'm fast. Well, yeah, I'm fast with Diminish because basically all of that art was sprite art, pixel art, and I'm way faster with that. And I've had a lot of experience now with music production, and basically everything that went into Diminish was things that I knew that I could do fairly quickly and easily, so that I could continue to keep maximum enjoyment in the process, yada yada yada. But I can't express how ridiculous it is that all of this has happened so fast in terms of the series taking off. Because I'm aware of how a lot of other series have been going on for far longer than mine and have not received the same fortune. So the feelings associated with all of this happening to me in the last few days, especially the last week since I saw Nightmare Masterclass, I have my reaction to that somewhere, and I feel like I might share that. It's a lot. It's a lot. And I don't know. I don't have words. I'm speechless. But let's see if I can find my reaction to... Yeah. So... there are billions of artists out there who deserve to feel like I'm feeling, and who may never get the chance to experience that. And for a long time, a long period of my life, and I'm going to be talking about this in the little ramble that I'm going to be releasing eventually. For a long period, I thought that I was kind of thinking that I needed to accept the fact that I may die before I accomplish what I want to in my life, and I make something that makes me feel like I made it, you know? Like I was gonna die before I ever felt like I made it, you know? And then I was like, hey, I might throw together a TJIF. That sounds fun. 3 months later, I made it. Life is weird. Let me catch up on chat a little bit. I found out about it. Happy's, yeah. You watched the whole series in one sitting. What? Wow. Wow. You are incredible. I'm sorry for one thing, but also thank you. I'm really happy that you still managed to enjoy it. That's unbelievable. Wow. $1 Million Smile. Is that the comb that you were referring to? Or Apollo? Happy says, I love seeing others' looks on the same character. It's so cool. Yeah. This is incredible. Shane says, as someone who's dreamed of making games on my own but who lacks any artistic talent whatsoever, where should I even get started? I can write and code well enough, but when it comes to art, I am hopeless. Let me show you my art in 2016. The level of artist that I was in 2016. This may take a moment. And I want to preface this with... I've shared this art as proof of my improvement before, and people do respond with the sentiment that, well, that's still way better than anything I could do or I could ever do. And I want to say that's... I don't know what to say about that. I'm aware of that. And that's not the point that I'm trying to make. The point that I'm trying to make is that massive improvement is always possible. It doesn't matter. There are different factors that go into it. Like, if you really, if this is what you are, if this is what you want, if this is your dream, then the only thing between you now and you there making it is time and effort. Honest, and that's what everybody says, but hopefully when you see this, it'll mean something. I just have to find it. This could prove to be a Herculean task. And I'm still nowhere near where I want to be as an artist, as I've mentioned, but I'm very, very happy. I finally reached a point after years of, like, when I was in my grind as an artist that I never thought that I would get to, where I feel happy when I look at my art as I'm drawing it, after I drew it. That's a huge step. Where is this thing? Gosh darn it, man. Excuse my language. I swear, I need to get this in a regular place where I can refer to it quickly, because I go to this whenever I want to show somebody what I mean. Gosh. Gosh! Sorry, that might have been loud. I forgot that I turned the gain up on my microphone. It probably is here. I'm just not finding it. Well, it might... Huh. I could show you initial designs for the character that inspired Apollo, and this, by the way, this character it looks now nothing like what you see if I share one of these. Okay, yeah, I'll share this first, because I can't freaking find the other one. I'll keep looking for the other one. So here's something I drew in 2016 that was an initial design when I was working through designs for the character that inspired Apollo. This was my skill in 2016. This is one example of it. There's a more appropriate one somewhere out there, maybe. But I was thinking about this question coming up the other day, and one thing that I will say is, if your dream is to be a game developer and art is the thing holding you back, then decide if you want to divert your energy toward developing as an artist, or developing your resources so that you can have an artist bring your work to life. And I know that, like, speaking personally, I much prefer when I can do everything myself. So for me, my development in all areas as an artist was out of that sort of necessity, where I know that I'm only going to enjoy it to the fullest whenever I'm the one doing all of it. And that actually remains to be seen, because I haven't worked in a studio yet on somebody else's project. There might be one out there that I really, really love, and that completely changes my outlook on that. But so something I'd recommend is feel out, and of course I'm not an expert. This is my first rodeo, as I've mentioned. Try feeling out all those different options and see which one feels like it's more at the core of your heart, feels right, that you think you see yourself down the road would give you more enjoyment, that would make you love the craft the most. And if that is not becoming a skilled artist, that is okay. That is absolutely fine. You don't have to do everything. But if you want, if your dream is to be able to become an artist that, like, who you look at your own art and you're like, I love this, go for it. Go for it. It'll be hell. It will be hell. If you're currently in a place where you feel like you're a bad artist, then it will be a heck of a process in order to improve and, like, be able to look at yourself and be like, I am good now. There's a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, but if that's what you want, then you will do it. You will do it. I can't find this art. I'm sorry. Let's go back to some fan art. Let me catch up on chat. I would like to share that example that I wanted to share, but maybe I'll find it eventually. But I want to make sure that I'm not blowing anybody off, like I blew off the person earlier. I'm so sorry. But yeah, Shane, I hope that is a satisfactory answer. But you're not hopeless. Like, to refer to your exact wording there, you're not hopeless. We're here because of our creepy gaming, which I honestly find interesting in hindsight, because Diminish really isn't as overtly creepypasta as everything else in the genre, you know? I get what you mean, yeah. Like, there's a minor debate on the Discord over whether Diminish even is a horror game until you described it as such in the description for this video. Horror, I think, and I've had so many discussions with a very good friend on the topic. Horror is it's a very fluid genre. It can mean, what am I trying to say? Gosh. And I'm definitely not a horror expert, so me speaking on the topic, I'm not any sort of word that you should take as gospel. But I feel like horror as a genre can achieve so many different effects compared to many other genres. And I think that it's most accurate to have horror be the first thing that you apply to what Diminish is, because of the way that it explores what it is exploring. But I absolutely get what you mean. It's doing it in a way that is not as viscerally off-putting, I guess. That is how many people would see horror. It's a thing that, like, is supposed to make you feel like negative things, and I don't know if horror intrinsically is meant to be doing that. It's just it's meant to ascribe, I think, a way a person is trying to gosh darn it, I had a thought there and I lost it, but I feel like it's horror as a genre is it can mean so many different things, and that's one of the things that has made it very fascinating to me in recent years. Please more cast says, I saw someone share the font used for dialogue the other day, so the system font, I guess. Okay, that is a font called, let me find it here, you'll be able to see it, I guess. I have many fonts here. Almost all these are free fonts, I love that. Oh wait, this one isn't with the P's, is it? That's so annoying. Ah, where are you? Oh, that's because it's lowercase, it puts the, okay. Pixel, lowercase pixel, capital FJ 8, lowercase PT 1. That's, you know what I'm trying to get at here. You can see that it's the font. I was just trying to be smooth about it, and that's not possible. Have you seen me? Yeah, this is the font. Pixel, capital FJ 8, lowercase PT 1. Let me, well, let's see. I don't know. That's what that font is. Okay. Cat surprise ruined. He's weaving in and out again. I'm sorry for ignoring him, by the way. I don't normally do that, ever. And I react the same way whenever I am experiencing a work where that's happening. Very meowy kitty, indeed. I'm so incredibly excited that this is getting the attention it deserves. Thank you, Pizza Chef. It's just... There's some slight imposter syndrome, because it's like, why me? Why is this all happening to me at once? So fast, so perfectly. It's like, this is too good. This is too good. Why? How? But thank you. DM, I was genuinely surprised that most of your vids didn't break 1K for how good they are. I appreciate that. Thank you. Dinah came back from dinner to that phone clip completely out of context. I'm sorry. Yeah, that was the moment after I discovered that Nightmare Masterclass was looking at Diminish for the first time. Evan Weekids to Shane. You might get friends to help you. Yeah, if not that, you can practice drawing on your own. Yeah, that's basically a shorthand of what I just said, yeah. Pizza Chef, I think this is only going to get, like, way, way bigger, and considering how fast you work, it'll keep people engaged really well. I'm glad, I hope so. Happy, it was, yeah, pretty fun. Okay, yeah, they're giving their own advice, yeah. It's hard to learn a new skill as an adult because you don't have to get past the stage where you aren't good at something immediately but keep going. Oh, but because you have to get past the stage where you aren't good at something immediately but keep going. It is generally harder to develop skills as an adult, yes. I think there are many scientific reasons for this, and I'm sure that's part of it. And as a child, like, that it doesn't feel as egregious as a child when you start off insufficient at a skill, and it seems like as a child you're able to you have more capacity to take in information directly toward improving in that thing. Oh, that's the Petscop soundtrack, isn't it? I thought that was a kitten that came in here. What was I gonna say? Darn it. But yeah, I started developing my artistic skills as an adult. So hopefully that can provide a source of hope as well. DM says, TBH, a good game can carry itself even if the art isn't good. I do agree. I do agree. Curse calendar. Have we hit 1K? Nice! Oh my gosh. I will once again say, before Nightmare Masterclass took a look at Diminish for the first time, I believe we were sitting at around 120 subs. There's just nothing to say. How could I possibly have words big enough for this? New Chromia says, as someone learning to be a 3D artist, demotivation from self-perceived failure is one of the hardest things to overcome until you can begin to accept that not succeeding is another chance to improve. Especially that when it comes to something like art, where when you create a piece of art, the emotional response, the payoff of it is supposed to be immediate. Like when you look at art, it's supposed to create an effect inside of you. And as an artist, what you're trying to achieve the exact effect that you're trying to achieve through your art. Like the effect that you're imagining, you want to achieve through your art. And so when you're at an unsatisfactory place as an artist, you're struggling to create that exact effect that you want in your art every single time, and that experience is infuriating and demotivating. That's one of the reasons that the process of becoming an artist and improving as an artist is one of the most jarring and one of the most it's one of the toughest, I think, because of that continuous, like, you're gonna be able to see him now. That constant letdown, like, it's just a part of how it goes, and that can be so hard to get past, and you just have to stew in that every single day. It is not easy. It's rough, but it's what every artist goes through. New Chromia added to that, saying, but to anyone who's also starting their journey in art in any form, perseverance is both the easiest and hardest step to going down that path, in my opinion. Keep at it, friends. Word. Thank you all for the congrats on the 1K.
And now.
Okay, Shane, I'm glad. I would like to find that other drawing that I was mentioning, because it is a very stark difference between my skill then and my skill now. Claire says, horror is so subjective in that, depending on the person, what horror is can be completely different. I agree. Please, more cats. That'll make my memes a step higher. Celine says, episode 17 established that Will's cat is 16. Is that true for your kitty? That is a 16-year-old cat, I think. He's either 15 going on 16 or 16... I think he's 15 going on 16. Either way, yeah. Basically. But yeah, that's the kitty, so yeah, now I can't have fun with you guys. Sorry. And his name is Frisky. Speaking of cats, you're getting a kitten in 3 days! Yes! Yes! Congratulations, that's amazing. I don't know why I feel like I need to rest. I've barely been doing anything. See, that's a bad thing. That's a bad mindset. I've been doing a lot. Okay, I need to add Apollo's ponytail here, or else the world is gonna explode. I'm not super satisfied with how this looks here. That's one of the things about an artist that just never stops, is that you're in the process of drawing something and then you don't look at it for a while, then you go back and you hate it. But Apollo has to have the ponytail. We'll give some really poofy hair here. Whoa! Now that is a mane. I love that. Yeah, this hair design was what really made me go ahead with Apollo's design and finalize it. It was like, as soon as I saw this, I was like, yeah, this is Apollo. Dang. That is a floofy young man. We stand. Oh yeah, that looks so much more like Apollo now. It wasn't Muffin? Yeah, sorry. Muffin is also a she. So we have 2 she's and 2 he's. Frisky and Lou are he's, and Muffin and Mimi are she's. Although I haven't asked them if that's how they identify. I should do that. New Chromia. Where's our real-time long-hair main physics in Diminish? I may never have that sort of programming capability. I'd like to, though, because my first passion project that started me on the path of being an artist, I wanted to have fur and hair and clothing physics in it. So I would like to develop that at some point. Now that you have shown this marvelous ponytail. Thinking about it. I kind of want to make the moment that Apollo lets their hair down be a surprise, but I was tempted to draw it right now for a second. But no, I'll keep it a surprise. Sorry to get your hopes up. Farron says, gotta go to sleep. Thanks for creating this Triple H series. Horror, humor, and hope. And keep being... I like that. I like that a lot. Do you mind if I steal that? I love that. You keep being golden as well. That is amazing. Thank you so much, Farron. You sleep well. I appreciate you coming in. And that holds true to all of you as well. the Triple H series. I love that. I love that as much as I love TGIF. I would like to fix what I feel like is wonky with their legs. I wonder if it's the angle of the entire thing. Is that the end of the Pet Stop surround? The Pet Stop soundtrack? Yeah, it's done. Jeez, we have been streaming for 2.5 hours now. And I would still like to keep going, kind of. I can play something else that I made from my own channel. Oh, it's Cursed Calendar making a map. Oh my lord! How long did this take you? Oh my god! This is ridiculous! You're mad! You're a madman! That... respect, dude. Holy... And another fan art. Another extremely unique take on Apollo. Oh. Get out of here, boy. Make room for this Apollo. This is... I can't... Like, every single fan art I've seen so far has had such a unique take on Apollo. I need to share, what's this person's name? Which one? I need to share... S for Sprinkles. I need to share theirs as well. I haven't done theirs yet. That is such a unique take. Look at this. Yeah, Farron, I don't mind. Thank you. This one, wow, this evokes such an... Oh, this feeling is crazy. It's almost, it's like the line work is meant to be really unsettling, like especially in the face. And also with the different take on the structure of their body. Very humanistic. It's like a cross between the form that Apollo has taken now and a more human, like a straight human form. And it's like a perfect, uncanny valley that fits the theme of the work and Apollo's theme so well. Oh, I need to include their handle. Oh, this is Pizza Chef's! Oh! Is that the person who's been here? Yes! Pizza Chef! I love it! Thank you! This is great! And I'm gonna have your shout out in the classic font. Thank you so much for the fan art. I love this. This is so cool. Piece of shig. Darn it. Nice, nice. I hope you all are enjoying this. This is not gonna loop, so I'll just take it back to the beginning. Nice. And now I'll show S for Sprinkles what they made. So many tabs. I love the body shape here. Like, I feel like the contours here, especially around this diaphragm area, are so cool. This is... That's fine. Oh, this stuff is so amazing, guys. Thank you, Evan Weekid. Yeah, I'm surprised by how many people have stuck around this entire time. Is this you? Happy? Or wait. This is sick, man. Body shape reminds me a lot of Off's art style. I'm super into this one, it's great. I'm gonna need to search up Off. Off inspired your art style a bit, okay. Let's see what you're talking about. I'm getting to the bug repellent. Oh. I think this is... Wow! I think I found what you guys are talking about. Very unique. Yeah, this has to be it. Really cool, yeah. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, this is cool stuff. Oh, off by more... It's a JRPG. So I wasn't correct. Oh wait, was I? I do not know. Let me go to the wiki. Okay, yeah. This... I might have to check this out. This is really intriguing. And I was looking at the right stuff, by the way. Sugar. Looks very cool. This is an appealing design. Yeah, I get you. I got to the right thing based on what you said. Awesome fan arts, guys. Thank you so much. Ah! Oh, this is an old version of the tune, actually. This one has stayed the same for all these years. I'm gonna do away with the mouth for now. Sorry, mouth.
Yeah, that's not bad. Yeah, that's pretty much there. Trying to get that perfect hip structure that Happy got in their fan art. This is the title theme for another one of my original projects that I have no freaking idea when it will ever be a thing. Alright, DM. Sleep well. It was amazing to have you. Thank you for all of your questions and insights. I will see you some other time. Have you heard of Interface by Umami? It's another web series. I first heard of it in reference to Diminish, so technically not, but it piqued my interest when I heard it referenced. It's a web series. It's all authored by one individual with the exception of some voice acting. I will look into it. Evan Weekid says, I might make some fan art too. Oh, I don't think I can tonight since my brother has my drawing tablet, but maybe tomorrow. I'm curious to see your thoughts on it. Please, please, this is the craziest time of my life right now, and please make it crazier. Please. Give me feelings, give me feelings, give me so many feelings. Today I learned two things. I learned how to disable the gradient that paused YouTube videos get. Oh, okay, good. And then Mr. Bones' wild ride is a big pain in the ass when mapping out using street. I bet. Good God, I bet. Evan, it will make my heart sore no matter what. I'm not just saying that. Legs are some of the most painful things to draw sometimes. I love digitigrade legs though. Now, even if they are pain from most angles, and I still need to get way better at them, just something about the look of them is so satisfying. Like, I love this. I love this. This bent-ass boy. That's what I love about the character that inspired him. Legs for days. Lucario's legs, though. I don't know about those. Those are some wonky legs. But that's why we love those legs. I would not have Lucario any other way. Hands are pain, absolutely. I think drawing paws is really fun, though. Drawing feet, I don't know. Feet are weird. Feet are kind of gross, but paws are really fun to draw and look at. Paws are amazing. Just look at them. Look at these paws. They're powerful. And they're cute. New Chromia says, I'm going to be making my own attempt at fan work. Gotta capitalize on being one, if not the first. Whoa! 3D stuff! I await. Alright, Cursed Calendar. Thank you for hanging out. It was great to have you. And thanks for being such a supporter at all times. You're a very vocal supporter I've seen everywhere, and it is not lost on me. Thank you. Evan Weekid, if I do draw the art, where would be the best place to send it? Twitter is great. It's where a lot of people have been sending it. If you're a part of the Discord... I didn't include the Discord! If anybody is here that is interested in joining the Diminish Discord, then feel free to follow the link that I'm about to post in the description and in the chat. And you can post your fan art there as well, and then everybody there can appreciate it for sure, too. They will. They will. There you go. There you go. There's one. Okay, so you can post it to Twitter. You can post it at the fan Discord made by Magic Ace. You can certainly do both. You can post it everywhere. And now I have to get back to the stream again. This has been amazing, guys. Wow. I'm so lucky. I'm so freaking lucky, dude. What is happening? One moment. I haven't taken a drink in a while. Alright, then feel free to send it my way if you end up doing it. Yeah, that I like how this Apollo turned out, actually. I feel like this is accurate to when you look at somebody who was at their like peak in terms of musculature, their size, like a bodybuilder. And you look at them when they've lost some mass, like if you don't see them side by side, you wouldn't really notice the difference usually. But when you see these two side by side, you can see the difference, and I feel like it's in that subtle way that is pretty accurate to how it actually is. It makes me happy. And you know what else makes me happy? Just drawing Apollo. It's very satisfying. I just realized there's no music. What now? I'll probably dig into more of my own stores of music. Why not? Which one of these is the new one? I've been unable to find this new version for like 6 years now. Not really. I'll give you a hub world theme. Which one is this the right one? Do you have any game dev advice for a beginner? Says take charge of your life. I'm trying to make a pixel art platformer on Unity, and Diminished blew me away when I discovered it today. Thank you so much. I am also a beginner, to be honest with you, in many respects. I am a very rudimentary programmer. Everything you see in Diminish is pretty much what you would call hard-coded, where it's so unsustainable and it takes up way too much space and it causes the game to run way less smoothly as a result. Because it's very inefficient code, and I'm having to copy and paste so many things to make things work a very certain way. So I have so much to learn about coding. So advice, basically, to do what I did, just grind individual aspects of art in general. It depends. Like, are you intending to be a one person developer? Then just grind on the path toward improving in all of those aspects, and look up as you said Unity. Just stew in Unity tutorials and all of the stew in programming learning in general. Learn how programming works and proper programming workflow. Your girlfriend is your artist. Okay, you're focusing on the coding. So one of the most important pieces of advice that I received in terms of programming and it's harder to apply as a game dev, and it's a frustrating piece of advice. But when it comes to programming, one of the things that is just a fact of life about it is that true improvement and development in programming, especially in pertaining to applying it correctly, is something that takes decades. And this is less, I don't know, but that is, I feel like I shouldn't be giving you too much programming advice because I'm not a good programmer. But that was the piece of advice that I received that has stuck with me. So don't lament the process if it takes a really, really, really long time. Because I lucked out with that's one of the reasons that I did Diminish, was because I was able to hard code things and code really ugly just to get things to work really rudimentary, and it was a project that I was able to get away with making it really basic because that's the point of the work, was that Teddy couldn't make very much. So I can't give you too much good advice, unfortunately, but I hope what I was able to say helps a little bit. And good luck. Don't give up. If it is your dream, then keep at it. Spooshy! Hello, showing up late because I was binging Diminish. Just finished episode 17, still bawling, I'm sorry. It's funny because as a casual person who consumes art, as a consumer, I am not a person who seeks out sad art. And so, I was thinking about that just earlier, like, I'm sorry for making something this sad. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, but I'm so happy that you all are enjoying it. Beyond the power of expression, I'm so happy. Speaking of, Happy says, Apollo is one of the few characters I can have the most fun drawing, probably because I can just go full out on the anatomy I learned. Yes! That is going to be... Here, let me show you one of my original characters for one of the webcomics that I'm making. And you see it with Teddy as well. Let me show off this wallpaper again. I'm not working on that anymore. God, just look at Teddy's back. And especially the left side when she was full-on professional swimmer. But, what was I saying? Musculature and anatomy is the thing. I think it's the thing that has allowed me to improve as an artist and get to where I am now, because it's the thing that I can just draw no matter what. It doesn't matter how burnt out I am, how I'm feeling, what mood I'm in. I can always sit down and just draw some muscles. It's so fun. Is a good kind of bawling? Good. But yeah, let me show you this webcomic, Lass. Oh yeah, I was gonna say that, I tried to make that not too, like, in the art that you see in episode 17, I'll avoid spoilers, but, well, I guess it's already a spoiler if I'm talking about it being there, but, in the art that you see in 17, where Teddy appears, I also wanted to make sure I put her in a top that could show off her back a little bit. Because we need more strong women in art. That needs to be normalized a bit more. And that is going to be a theme of my art, is not only muscular characters in general, but muscular women. Because people... That has become a stigma. It's not become a stigma, it's always been a stigma, and it remains true. And it makes me sad. Am I ever going to find this art that I want to find? Or am I just going to ramble nonsensically? That will be true forever, but how much it affects my ability to operate is the thing that is in flux. Her name is Zophie, so all I have to do is go to the bottom, and then alphabetically I'll find it. Aha! me just open this up really quick. Aha! This is Zophie. So this is going to be one of the main characters of my tennis webcomic eventually. So, there you go. I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce this name. Arde. I'm sorry. Let me know and I will correct myself. I find Apollo to be a relatable, inspirational figure. He is noble and unwavering in his loyalty. He is a good boy, as others in the system say. Yep. I'm very glad that people have been able to conflate and process his immense vanity and, honestly, narcissism with all of his other qualities, all of their other qualities that combine into a holistic personality that is admirable. I'm glad that has been able to come across to most people. Arde, okay. Okay, Arde. You might get that a lot. Ooh, sorry. Sorry. But yeah, that is Zophie. That is Apollo. This is also Apollo. Yes, I'm enjoying looking at this. This has turned out alright. The face is could use a bit of work. I'm getting into mega perfectionism mode. Aha. Aha. Spooshy says, Apollo is allowed to be self-absorbed. He deserves it. I accept this. I will not disagree with you. There's always a line to be towed when it comes to a person's vanity, but I think Apollo does manage to remain admirable, while oftentimes crossing that line. Yeah, the ear was fine before I did all that whittling around. Yeah, it's fine. What's wrong with that? Celine says he can be proud of his physique while still being noble and devoted to his duty and service. He's a good and loyal companion to Will, who's also allowed to call it water flying. That did just cross my mind. I was gonna try and think up something to say about water flying. Will's allowed to. We'll see if he ever feels the need to, though. But as an artist, I have to say, excuse me, I hope that you all won't become too sick of water themes if you follow me as an artist in the future, because I have an intense obsession with water. So this continues. It's just a thing. It just is a thing with me. I'm getting to the period that I enjoy now that I've become more of an artist that I'm satisfied with, where I can just sit here and appreciate the characters that I've drawn. The only thing I don't like about this sort of form on a character is that when I draw their arms, it covers up their beautiful leg muscles. Sarah says, I mean, it is water flying. Look at them. Look at them go! Celine says, is that why Teddy is or was a swimmer? I'm sure that factors into it. Yeah, probably, yeah. That probably is one of the main things that made me pull the trigger on it, yeah. and it's why I ended up becoming so obsessed with the Dragon Prince, because of the character Rayla's fear of water, and the way that she constantly, like, the fear of water especially in media and in general is a concept that I hyperfixate on all the time, because it's such a pervasive phobia. You have to come into contact with water all of the time. And especially in the case of Rayla and characters like her, they force themselves into situations where they have to deal with it because they're heroes, and they don't have the luxury of avoiding water when water is present in situations where they have to do what they have to do. And that's just something that never gets old to me, ever. And one of my own original characters is also an intense aquaphobe. And in their game that I'm making and that I'm conceiving, of course she has to come into contact with water very often in order to survive and in order to get through the game. And that was another reason that I was so compelled by Rayla in the first place, is because my character Ava had existed before that, and I saw so much of Ava in Rayla, like the fact that they're both such intense aquaphobes, but they both can swim. They both don't let water get in the way of like, even though in the process of overcoming it, they're never truly overcoming their fear. It never is solved, but they never let it stop them. It's a concept that, again, I'll say it over and over, because my entire life, it will never go away. It never diminishes. That kind of slipped out, actually. I just love it. I love, and that's not the only thing I love about. It's not the only theme in narrative works that I love about water that compels me so much. There's so many different things. I could go on literally forever. So that's why the Zadia footage has a panic gauge? Yes. Yeah. So yeah, you'll be seeing plenty of water stuff from me, not just for Diminish, because Apollo is in the middle of the ocean. I don't know if you noticed, but yeah. And that's also why I love that fan art, because of the idea that they can still relax, even though they're in the middle of the ocean. God, it's such a good art. And yes, that is why I did stick Apollo in the middle of the ocean, yeah. My love of water, yeah. Maybe. Has something to do with that. And it led to me creating that moment between Teddy and Will. Because I made water such an important moment where you see how much of a read Teddy had on Will, and she used water to that effect. That is my favorite moment from episode 17, was when Will goes through that entire process of seeing the water, avoiding it, seeing the sign, he's getting played like a fiddle, and then accidentally discovering that he never had to go through any of that in the first place. But then still having to go through a horrible experience in the water. I'm getting some followers on my Sari account. Thank you all so much. You can see that I'm really kind of stalling with Project Zadia right. Do I have any phobias myself? Yes, claustrophobia. Probably my worst fear in the world is, like, getting stuck somewhere that I physically can't move, and dying of dehydration, like not being able to escape and dying. That's pretty terrifying to me. Yeah. And I'm also deeply afraid of heights, more so than the average person. Very, very, very afraid of heights. Bushi says, I wanted to say I really appreciated Diminish as an autistic person. Good. But specifically as an autistic person who excelled a lot in school, specifically because of the way my autism manifested. Good. It puts me in a kind of unique position where I relate a lot to both the characters of Will and Teddy. This is a major victory for me. I'm so glad. As a person who has wondered for most of my life if I am on the spectrum, more intensely than the average person, and has several other mental conditions, psychological conditions, it has fulfilled me beyond any sort of expression that so many people with mental illness or conditions have approached me and talked about what this means to them. And when I first made Diminish, that's not really what I was setting out to do. Like, I'll admit, I was just trying to make something and have fun. But so that's part of why the response to it has been so shocking, in a good way, of course. Because it's just so, like, this is actually happening. Like, I'm actually doing this for people. If I died today, I wouldn't feel like I did a few months ago, where, like, I would have felt like everything that I ever wanted in life, I just didn't do. I would have died feeling like my life didn't mean anything. Today, I don't feel like that anymore. And I'm so glad that I could give that to you, Spooshy. Thank you for saying that. And I hope I can continue to provide you some comfort in the future. Celine says, we love that moment just because the such a good boy, look at you go, how could I ever doubted you? Reactions were such a wholesome moment between Apollo and Will. Good. I'm glad. Yeah, I did want to make sure that there was a moment in that finale where you see that Will is truly appreciating Apollo, because you don't get that sense in many of the earlier sections. You just sort of see Will putting Apollo through hell, and you don't see Will really really taking note of what that means and what that should mean, and how he should be responding to that if he were to be truly processing Apollo as like a helper, as a friend. So I'm glad I was able to sneak that in. Celine says, we as a plural system have found a lot of room to theorycraft about the relationship between Apollo and Will/Teddy, the nature of Apollo as a character, etc. We relate to a lot of that. So yeah, you're doing a lot of good. Okay, so here, I'm going to do this right now. I'm going to give Celine a spoiler, because I have noticed her bring this up in the Discord a couple of times. And so there's going to be a spoiler really quick. When I'm done giving the spoiler, I will give you a thumbs up, so you can close your ears if you want. Because I'm going to try and give Celine a moment that means to her like the moment that Noelle, in giving the spoiler for She-Ra, was able to do for me and sort of save me. So go ahead and close your ears for now if you want. Celine, and your system, this is for all of you. All right. All right. Apollo is not going to be thrown off to the side at the end of the series. That the end of the series is not going to treat Apollo like this tool that Will is just going to use until he's ready to move on and then toss aside. I won't give you all the details, but I will tell you that I'm not going to do that. So I hope that you can take comfort in knowing that, and that I'm not going to because I know that was a fear of yours. So, and I'm not doing that because of you. I'm not doing that because of you. I want you to know that as well. This is something that I wanted. This is the way I want to do it, because I love the idea that I have for how this is going to go down. So, there you go. All right, we're good. Spoilers are over. You're welcome, Celine. No music. Sorry. I fear Sarah's especially, yeah. I'm glad that might give you some peace of mind. Is this what I'm thinking of? It would be cool if this was it. No! Where? I really want to show off that theme too. What should I share next in terms of music? I wonder how long I'm gonna go. I honestly just don't know. I guess we'll go until I finish this Apollo. I'm enjoying this way too much. There will be a time that I get too hungry to go on. Oh! Sorry, that was probably really loud. I'm so sorry. I'll share this one. Oh! You will get to hear me play trombone in this tune. It was fun to look up and see people reacting to the trombone. Thank you, guys. Thank you. It's making you miss playing saxophone so much. Aww. Sax is so sick. Spooshy says it was very fun seeing the chat replays reaction to status fictional. Like, no! Oh, I feel it. I feel it. I really do. I'm sorry. Oh, thank you. Please, more cats. I'll play it again. It's a very short loop. Kind of how hands work, right? It's not great. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, sorry, Celine. I'm sorry. I think maybe you were... I don't know if it was you. I did see some of the theory crafting in the server. Somebody was talking about how maybe that was mostly just a result of Teddy having a moment, working through something really tough. Because I feel that way about characters too. I've held that true for myself for a long time, that characters are real because of the effect that they have on people, because of what they create in people's lives, the way they change their lives, and the way that people's lives are never the same as a result of the character. That is very real. I mean, you could get philosophical and talk about what is real, if any of us can pertain to a sort of reality, but I won't go there. I feel like that aspect of characters makes them real. So, because I have spent a large portion of my life feeling genuine, like, depression because I would never be able to hang out with Sonic and Tails. So I hope that gives me some semblance of kinship with what you feel in that regard, even though I don't share, I don't have a system, and I don't share those experiences. But a moment of despair, yeah, for sure. Yeah, he says, like, Apollo says in episode 9 that I don't actually have any power. It only exists within your mind. Something like that. In my own series, I can't remember. But yeah, I'm sorry if that was brutal. Not my intent. Because again, my true feeling on the matter is that characters are, with their effect, is really real. Because my experiences with my fandom with Sonic the Hedgehog. Obviously, that is a very personal moment with Will being a Sonic fan. Will is basically, if you couldn't already tell, Will's personality is mine. Just straight up. And we share some life experiences. We don't share a ton of life experiences, but we share some key ones. What next? Sure, why not? This is definitely still a work in progress. I don't know what this is going to be for either. This song, that is. Although I feel this way about this Apollo as well. You play Freebird games. Interesting. I don't know what that is. Evan Wee Kid, you need some sleep so I don't pass out during my college class tomorrow. Yeah, sorry. It was really great catching your stream, and it felt amazing to actually... I'll wait for your next message. Until then, I'll say it was lovely to have you. Thank you for everything you brought in, questions, all of your insights. Truly, truly a gift to be able to speak with all of you right now. Mike was a gift. Have an interaction with a content creator who I really care about. That's what this was all about. That's why I did this. I mean, partially, I just wanted to talk last night. I feel like I needed to burn this off somehow, but also because for the people who wanted to, I wanted to be able to shoot the shit, as they say. Please excuse. I'm not a person who actually likes to swear. But I feel like that's the only manifestation of that phrase that makes any sense. I don't know if there's really a watered-down version. Demonetized! Someone drew Teddy. Claire drew Teddy. Gotta show you what Claire just drew. There she is. Claire. I'm not used to getting emotional for real. A lot of what happened to Will was acting. This does not ever happen to me. I don't get emotional. I just did. And it was because of this. Do something for your stupid dead sister, okay? Fuck, man. I'm not used to this at all. I'm gonna make you cry? New Chromia. Short chat about Diminish has become 3 hours of making the author shed wholesome tears through fan art, and I would not have it any other way, nor would I. Yes, Spooshy, that is really pretty. It blows my mind because this is kind of how I see Teddy in my head. I don't know, maybe this is the first time that I am actually grieving her. Because I was thinking about it the other day, how, like, I was able to kind of create this depressing media and not really feel the sadness that other people are feeling. What's up, I'm a Decker? Because it has not hit me that Teddy is actually dead. Like, to me, Teddy has always felt very much alive because she's coming so much from within me. So I don't know if this is, like, that's partially why this has affected me so deeply. Evan Weekid, you have an awesome one. Thank you so much once again. Thank you, Claire. Thank you so much. Thank you. The art has been so good tonight. Today this has been an unbelievable Diminish fan art day. I'm a Decker. I'm going to go through and show you some other ones. I love the contours of the body in this one. This is by Happy. Happy was in chat earlier. I don't know if they still are. This one, I really dig the uncanny valley feeling that this creates, and also the way that it interprets Apollo as a more human figure. Just the face here, the lines, everything about this, like the plantigrade legs. I love the feel of this. The pseudonym Jones, the composition, oh god. This was captioned with I wish we had Crunchy. Comeboy, checkpoint. Like this was another one where like everything about it sort of hit me at once when I realized like, yeah, Apollo was chilling in the safe zone, allowing the comb boy to pass and just kind of like share this moment with them. This very meaningful moment with the carrots and the peanut butter. God. All right, Happy. Thank you as well for your fan art. Wow. And for hanging out. It was beautiful to have you here. Sleep well and peace out. Enjoy class tomorrow, hopefully. I'm glad it was nice chatting here. That's all I wanted. And then we have this one. This one is amazing in contrast to the one that'll be coming next, which you have seen already. I'm a Decker, but this interpretation, like so many amazing interpretations of the character that are so unique, and none of them are alike. And I've seen it with other media, but seeing it with my character is so unbelievable. Look at this fabulous boy be an absolute insufferable piece of ass. And then now that you're looking at this, and then you internalize this take on the character, all the use of the lines and everything, the shapes, and then you see this one. Oh, every time this enters my sight, and every time that I see this in stream, I have to mention how glorious the pecs are. And now that we have that out of the way, the emotion, the raw emotion of this piece is truly palpable. Like this really feels like the last moments of silence in episode 17, where you're just kind of there in the ocean with Apollo treading water, just sort of that pensive moment of rest. You found Diminish through that pseudonym? What? Oh my god, that's amazing! Yeah, Pseudonym Jones actually reached out to my Sayri account with some incredibly kind words, and I did not know who they were at first. I had been a fan of theirs before that, but it didn't register to me who they were, because I am not used to like these artists that I already respect and follow like come toward me and then like tell me that my work is like this thing that is inspiring them. She said that my work was inspiring her to continue with game development. And at first I was like, oh yeah, follow your dreams, don't give up. And then I looked at her name for a second, and then I looked at the account, and there's just that moment of, oh, huh. I felt like a complete jackass for being like that. Oh yeah, like someday you'll achieve whatever you're working toward. Oh. And I'm so fortunate to have every single person that I do who has ever interacted with Diminish. I'm a Decker. Each piece of art feels completely accurate to the character despite the vast differences. Here. Dinah, I was already following Pseudonym, and it blew my mind seeing that pic on my timeline. God, yeah. Celine, this, apologies for the analogy, but I mean, you used it too in 17, but this art, just like the end of 17 itself, kind of feels like the afterglow after an intense emotional climax, yes. Yeah, I did. It's funny because, that joke in that episode was not really intentional. I mean, a lot of what Will says in Diminish is just completely improv, just seat of pants. That one is I did not I didn't anticipate, and my reaction to what I just said was like my literal sort of, did I just say that? Like actual shock. I'm gonna fucking climax. But yeah, I also love that take on this. Yeah, it's that like you experienced this you just went through this experience that was so intense and so like primal, and now you're just kind of floating in the haze of what comes after. but also in this completely tranquil moment that you feel more mindful than you've ever felt before. And also Apollo is floating in the ocean in its water, and I love that. And Apollo looks adorable. Look at that belly button! Look at that! It's so cute! Look at those little toes! Look at those little those big thighs. Oh, the hair. I mentioned earlier, like, I love how this kind of looks like they've let their hair down. Oh. Celine, that is one of the only things that I actually planned out in advance. I did want to have balls in my socks. Ankles, perhaps. That actually was... That was one of the first things that I wrote down when Diminish first was conceived. And basically every single Will moment aside from that was unscripted. It's kind of... Believe it or not, that was the one that was scripted. So yeah, and also I'm a Decker. Celine mentioned, because I realized that I was going to be completely unable to work on the wallpaper with how much I was talking, because I thought there was just going to be 2 or 3 people showing up, and at one point I had 30 people in here. But I decided to just draw some more casual stuff. And I think I will keep this up. I will keep this video up. So that, for one thing, you, I'm a Decker, can go back and look, because hopefully it'll be something that you can chill to, that you enjoy chilling to. And for the person who mentioned it earlier, and for anybody else, for it, posterity. And maybe this will render... I probably still will release my rambling into Audacity last night, because that was special, because it was in the moment, like when I had just discovered that Tony had promoted me through his Twitter. I was still in all the emotions post 17 when I kind of realized that I truly made it as an artist. Still hasn't really hit me yet. Maybe that was also part of the moment of seeing Claire's art. And it's weird, because I've been seeing all these Apollos today as well, and like I get that, I got that feeling when I saw Pseudonym's art. I got that feeling when I saw everybody else's. But it was also like there's so much realization in the Teddy picture. Yeah, the stream started while you were at work. I figured. Look at this boy. Beefy boy. There are so many of these moments that I've been planning out in my head, like dreaming, since I was a small child. And one of them was like the first moment that I ever become emotional in public as a result of interacting with people, interacting with the things I've created, experiencing their experience. And so I've been checking off a lot of boxes in the last few days, in the last week. Checking off a lot of firsts. Oh my gosh, so many follows on Saria. Thank you all. I need to re-record that delivery before I release this episode. Yeah, before Diminish 17, the Saria account had 593 or so followers, and now it has 623. Thank you all so much. I'm talking about Twitter. I've noticed that it's had a leap on YouTube as well. Thank you all so much for that. Decker says, I didn't plan on taking up too much space in the chat or interacting much, actually, because I just wanted to jump... Oh, I'll let this be silent. Life doesn't suck sometimes, dude. Google says, yeah, I found Diminish through Tony, but personally I think you've surpassed Petscop. Okay. Okay. Let's take a moment here. I used to be able to do more. Let's not get carried away here. No, I'm not gonna devalue that thought, that sentiment. I'm not gonna tell you you're wrong. That's just a wild thing to have somebody say. Ima Decker is the person that I discovered Petscop through. It was on the Christmas episode, midway through the series. My life was forever changed from that moment. From the moment I saw the thumbnail and was like, this looks cool. Sorry for that aside. That was a bit of a non sequitur, if there ever was one. Building that seraphic physique. Celine, I'm going up now. Celine says, oh heck, thank you so much. We're just happy to be here. Okay, she's talking to Ima Decker. Yeah, awesome series to gather around. Thank you. Dinah says, I didn't want to say because I didn't want to put Petscop down, but I think Diminish has become even more believable. Jeez. Nucromia says, thank you. Nucromia says, I got here 40 minutes late, so I might have missed if you said, but do you plan on doing more of these interacting with the fans type things in the future? Or was this more of a one-off? This was intended to be more of a one-off, because I wasn't sure how I felt about even starting this in the first place. But this stream has been unbelievable, and I can't imagine not doing this several more times at least. I don't know how regular it would be. But jeez. It is nice having you in here, Ima Decker. I'm sure you have a lot to add to the conversation. I doubt you would take anything away, but you do exactly what you want to, and what you've done is beautiful in this chat, and forever before that. And you will continue to be one of the best people in my life, no matter what you do in this chat, so whatever makes you happy tonight will be what I want you to do. Celine says, it's totally subjective. Petscop has a lot more ARG cryptic ciphers and codes and deep analysis. Diminish feels more straightforward. Both are valid, and I do want to, yeah. Because I feel like this merits being said whether or not, no matter which one you're talking about being better or worse than the other one, the two works are so different, and in trying to achieve such different things through a similar genre, that it is tough to compare them through raw quality
Celine says, personally, we like Diminish, but we're also the kind of people who like King's Quest and traditional point-and-click adventure games more than we ever gotten to miss. Celine, I think you would love House of Aberdeen by Bevoost. I shouted her out a couple times on the Twitter, but if you like point-and-clicks type stuff, House of Aberdeen is a TGIF that might be right down your alley. Let me link that. For anybody to check out. It is, if you think Diminish was underrated, I was already more popular than Bevoost before Nightmare Masterclass got to me. So Bevoost absolutely deserves way more attention than she has right now, not just for House of Aberdeen. She is a truly special artist. And I'm a Decker can attest to this as well. Because once again, he was the one who introduced her to me. Like, basically everything that is one of my favorite things now. I can basically say it was introduced to me by him. Not everything, but you know. There you go. This is House of Aberdeen Part 1. So, whenever you want, if you want, there it is. Spooshy says, yeah, it's the kind of thing where Diminish and Petscop are similar enough where you should recommend one to somebody who likes the other but aren't super comparable otherwise. I think that there is truth to that, absolutely. Yeah, sorry for suddenly dropping and doing 50. That was very random. And it put me out of breath. And then I whined about how I didn't do enough. Sorry about that, too. That's not a healthy thing to do. But it is frustrating to notice that you have lost a lot of strength after your physical peak, and then blah 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 Apollo, blah 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 whining. Diminish has Will's fantastic acting and Apollo's fantastic physique. You cannot argue. Well, thank you so much for thinking that my acting is good. The thing about the acting in Diminish is it is absolutely a format that sets me up to succeed. Because I struggle a lot with selling many other types of performances as an actor. I did go to school for acting for a while, and I'm not the worst, but in more common acting practices, I have a lot of shortcomings. But in a setting like this, I was able to just basically exist, and I don't know. It was easy to sell whatever happened in this. Easier, I don't know. I don't know if it should be quantified as easy or hard, but it was a lot more natural, specifically for the way I'm wired and the way that I was able to execute it. More forgiving, I guess. One entire inch of bicep mass. That is no small matter, and this is the end of the world. Yes. Google says, yeah, they both have the premise of a let's play of a obscure game that gets creepy and weird, but they take it in completely different directions. Yes. Indeed. Yeah, and they're kind of different from the start. Diminish kind of starts you off immediately in the New Maker plane, if you will. Like, you start off in the New Maker plane, like, beneath it. It's like, Will's opening speech is basically like seeing, or no, I guess if I'm going to create a parallel to seeing Mike's grave, that might be when you run into the person whose arm has been ripped off. So Diminish starts off creepy and then kind of immediately goes off in a different direction. Celine, I mean, if you're actually playing Diminish and having to go through those whole areas without a checkpoint, I would classify that as hard. Well, yeah, what I mean is, in terms of creating a performance that I sold, it was really effortless because I felt like all the work was being done for me by the content that I was acting for. It felt like it was using me as the vehicle instead of vice versa. That is probably the best way I can put it. It felt like I was just flowing with everything else. And as an actor in most other things, it's completely the other way around. Like, it has to come straight from within you, basically. And so I felt like it was easy to create a good performance in the way that I like for other people. I'm sure that acting for a TGIF would be completely unintuitive. So it's a very subjective thing. Spooshy says, is the frustration all acting, or is that mostly actual reaction to playing the tough game? Basically all actual reaction. Yeah. Yeah, Claire, yeah. I did talk about it a bit earlier, but yeah, it was basically all real. Especially in episode 17, I was holding back. That was true. The recording session for 15, 16, and 17 was really brutal. It was so brutal. Legitimately almost passed out a few times. It was all true. Where's the music? I'm gonna do some Jacob Collier. Why not? I played enough of my music. I could play Bevoosts. Why not? Why not play Bevoosts? Celine, yeah, that shocked me. I was sure there had to be a secret God mode switch after he'd filmed enough failures and was ready to move on, but he really did make a hard game and then have to play it. And that's part of the experience of episode 17, was I made it a personal challenge. Because I do have the ability to God mode switch, if you will, and bypass a section and then like resume the take. But I knew that I was not going to be able to live that down with myself, and I did end up like there got a point where I did die at one point, and I had to kind of cut things together because I just wanted to be able to make the episode, and so I did fail myself, and I'm going to try and make that up to myself with something that you guys are hopefully going to be able to enjoy soon. I will. That's all I'll say about that.
As much as you might want them to. As much as you might want them to. Dog apparatus in a maze. I keep this machine turned on halfway. Dog apparatus in a maze. I keep this machine turned on halfway. And I am just a vase. And I am just a vase. Dog apparatus in a maze. I keep my life turned on halfway.
Celine says, looking forward to the Apollo pinup calendar. Aren't we all? If we wait long enough, I'm sure that we're going to be finding plenty of things like that. And that's, I've been talking to my friend about that. That's when I'll know that I've truly made it. Bring it on. Because even though I don't, I've never been truly active in the furry community, and I don't consider myself a furry, I've accepted all of the things that come along with being, having an affinity for animal characters in my work, and having interest in that, and
I say bring it on. I don't mind. If you know what I mean. I didn't word that very well. That was kind of unclear, but you probably know what I mean. And there's a lot more to it than that, but basically. I hope to be furry adjacent, and I think that would be a good experience. You really took the whole gift/new maker plane concept and turned it on its head. Act 1 was monochrome and creepy, so when Act 2 began and it was very colorful, it was jarring in the same way. That's awesome. I'm super cool that had a nice effect. Dinah says you wouldn't even need to pay Apollo to pose for that. No, all you wouldn't even have to ask. All you'd have to do is suggest. And they would do all of the work for you. They do all, yeah. Bevust is good for the soul, yes. Spooshy says, liking Sonic the Hedgehog makes you furry adjacent already. Okay. Not saying that tongue-in-cheek, my response. I just honestly, I have a lot to learn about all of it, and it's confusing as it is, with the way that everybody has different definitions and different qualifications. But I will accept. I accept what you say. Yeah, I definitely believe I'm already furry adjacent. Yeah, for sure. Google says give him a pickle in a jar of peanut butter and he'll do whatever you want. Exactly. He'll let you live. That's what he'll do. Yeah, I definitely didn't mean to seem like my reaction was patronizing in any way, Spooshy. I'm sorry, like it was kind of strange the way I reacted initially. But it's just mostly because I've been giving the situation a lot of thought for years, and I still get confused by things every now and then because it's such a rich culture. It's a rich community, and it's a growing and still young community. So new art in the Discord, and it's glorious.
There just wasn't enough time.
Oh, I've been pinged a couple of times. I'm guessing that's all of us. If it was my actual account, then you might know who I am now. But I'm assuming that it was all of us. Oh my... 1,040? Is that it? Yeah. It didn't just break 1K, it crushed it. Happy! And you say also, drawing front-facing characters with snouts is a pain. Hallelujah. I still can't do it. I can't do it with Apollo. I can't do it with the character that inspired him. I can't do it with any character. God, it's impossible. Dinah says, I do not know how to draw my... Oh my god! Okay, more art to share. Oh, okay, Celine, yeah. Yeah, I conked out last night. It's a small boy! It's a tiny lad! Yeah, so this was Happy saying, screw front-facing snouts, and I agree. How are you supposed to do that and have it look the way that it looks in your head? Like, I can... The Apollo that you see, both in the, in their regular avatar there, and the one that I was drawing, like, it's side-long, totally fine with me. Front-facing, screw it. Can't do it. Can't do it. Once again, happy. I love the shape of their body. It's like the exact thing. Like the torso and the diaphragm. And the pelvis. The pelvis, the shape of the pelvis is exactly what I go for with like these animalistic werewolfy type characters, and I struggle with that, and you nailed it. Exactly, growth mindset, New Chromia. Growth mindset, for sure. And we also have the Teddy was posted in there, unbelievable. And we have some art from Dinah. Oh my god. This is incredible. Oh my god, I just noticed. Okay. I wonder if I can put this side by side. Yep, I can. Okay. Yes. Yes. This is how you become a Lucario. Nobody told Apollo it would hurt this much. Yeah, Dinah, I agree. Powerful of you to draw Apollo front-facing in the first place. There aren't really even any references from the game for you to deal with, for you to look at. Google says, did you actually almost pass out from blind rage? It's semi-worrying if you did. Yes, but it wasn't from the rage itself. It was also because I was dehydrated. I had been working out, and I had not had sufficient water or food. And I decided to do a recording session that I did not know was going to be 6 hours, but it became 6 hours, and then I almost passed out a few times. Small canvas-sized gang. Yes, indeed. This is brilliant, Dinah. Thank you again, Happy. Thank you, Dinah. This is perfect. Once again, a completely unique style that captures Apollo to a T. And Justin, this is a perfect... Can we appreciate this Justin for a moment? Hello? Nothing needs to be said. This is perfect. This is what Justin looks like. I do like Dinah. Thank you. Thank you both. Wow. That's awesome. I have a lot to catch up with on the Discord. I was getting caught up in it, sorry. Justin is a real Chad. Justin is a himbo, honestly. Justin is one of those himbos that will protect his lesbian friend to the death. That's who Justin is. And that's the sort of person we need. That's the hero we need. The hero that I hope we can deserve someday. Music, more bevoost. I don't know if I'll go much longer. It's almost midnight for me here. And I do need to eat. I just don't want this to end. So I probably will be doing this in the future, for sure. Probably for sure. Apollo is the lesbian friend, yes. Although, maybe with the person that I am, I shouldn't be the one to qualify people as lesbians. I don't know if I have that right. So maybe. I don't know if have I not heard this one?
Electricity's the key, it always spills right over me. All the front doors swing open when the kids go trick or treat. Just a bad dream. It's like a black hole. I hope I find you there, but I probably won't. It's like a black hole. It's like a black hole.
Apollo and the bird are in a lesbian relationship. Interesting theory. I'll ask my top people about it. It looks a lot like the ultimate chimera. The bird? Or Apollo here. And I don't know what the ultimate chimera is. Kurt says birds are good. That's fine by me. I don't want to draw this arm, and I don't want to cover the leg. It's such a good leg. You see this leg? You see that? Who would want to cover that? With a dumb big hand. Stupid Apollo, your wrists aren't supposed to be that big. Has no one told you? Oh, I haven't drawn the tail either. Let's start with the arm, fine. I could draw the arm in a different pose, but... Oh no. Just draw a portal where his hand is going. Problem solved. Noted. A sir meant their relationship looks like the ultimate. Oh, because the. Okay. Got it. Happy says, I've returned. It's been an hour, I think, since I left, and I couldn't sleep, so here I am once more. I'm sorry that you couldn't sleep, but it's nice to have you. I don't know how much longer I'll be going, but hopefully I can help take you off to a better slumber mode. I might draw their arm in a different position. That looks really stiff, the way it is right now. New Chromia says, going to be heading out for the night before I pass it at my desk. Loved the stream. Can't wait for another whenever you decide to do one. Best of luck with your future recording sessions. Keep it up. New Chromia, thank you so much. Truly an honor to have you. And sleep well. And I'll catch you later. Yeah, whenever I do this again, I will announce it. Save this version. The other one will be a different version. Yo, this beginning is crazy. This boy is beefy. Oh, I kind of like that arm angle, actually. I don't know what it's doing. Happy says, also, I have so many characters with big arms, and I almost always come across that problem where I have to draw over a largely detailed area. It is a curse. And a blessing. Because big-armed boys are boisterous and bombastic and beautiful. Still kind of figuring out the shape of their forearms as well. Ah! The music is chill and horrifying at the same time. Is this how hands work? I'm not skilled enough an artist to be able to create such a expression. Yet. Big strong boy, yes. Let's see how it looks. Ugh. No, that's not how you art. That is not how you art. Wait, maybe it's just a slight adjustment. Not really. Ah. TGIF creators also being rad musicians may be my favorite tangential detail about this genre. It's pretty sick. It's pretty good. We stand. Here's what I could do. Here's what I could do. Here's what I could do. Let's get crazy. In your world, Paulo is a clenched boy. And he is pretending not to flex, but that is absolutely what he's doing. Usually when he's flexing, he's making a show of it, but in this instance, he is pretending to be at rest. No, I am actually just this defined at all times. Ah, yes, perspective. That's what this restaurant needs. A little wrist bump. And boom, it's Kirby. First you draw the eyes. Then you draw the body. Then it's fucking Kirby. I don't know where that came from. Does that not look awful? Is this what I'm to believe at this moment? I don't know. I don't know. Only time will tell. Apollo's preparing to use those white belt skills on someone. Oh, yeah. Oh, God, yeah. Unfortunately, that finger is going to... His leg... Their leg is not obscured anymore. But you know what is now? Those... Look at that glorious little glute bump. You see how amazing those glutes are? This is unacceptable. We have to remedy this. The glutes must be visible. Literally going to change the image based on this. Have to have visible glutes. Another thing that Leonardo da Vinci has said. Celine says there are a lot of programs out there that make it at least somewhat easier to compose original music without having to actually know music theory or play an instrument, or etc., depending on sound. Fami Tracker was where I started with my music production. Very beginner friendly if you want to make NES sounding chiptunes, for example, and there are others for other styles. Please more cats. Yeah, I already said that, yeah. The fist is a good compromise, says Dinah. Well, too late. We are doing our best to remove the obscuring of the glutes. And I can also intensify the angle of the arm to make sure that we know exactly what he's doing in the first place. Instead of just, I don't know, maybe I've gone too far. Science has gone too far. Yeah, the other arm angle is more natural when it was obscuring the glute. Like so. I think. I might have to sleep on this. Da Vinci DM'd me that I shouldn't be afraid of the transform tool, and I have been stronger since. Da Vinci is pretty swell person. Very cool that they are alive right now. Has also given me many tips about how to draw furries. As a furry adjacent person, I have been helped very often by the words of Leonardo da Vinci. Dinah said, oh, I meant as in right now is good because the glutes... Oh, the glutes are now visible. Sorry. I think what I need to do is move the elbow a bit. Maybe. Maybe it's already ruined. Turn the arm, the hand a little bit. That'll be a no. Da Vinci is big in the furry scene. As we speak. As we speak. What are you gonna do with that arm, Apollo? I should have saved that. Maybe I did already. I think I already did. Maybe I did. I don't know. Save this as C. Let me see what B looks like. Nope, I didn't. Whatever. Ah! Da Vinci's... Wow. Can't say I'm surprised. Change the arm angle. Anatomy. This is more like a thing that might actually happen in a reference drawing. A very random pose that would prevent the obscuring of important features. Is this kind of how hands work? I keep asking that, I'm sorry. So now we have a turning of the arm that causes the hand It's the wrong way! No! It's the wrong way! I do that so freaking often, dude. It's not gonna be fixable like this. It looked so good for a second. This is... The thumb should be facing outward. See? Even when you grind art for 6,000 years, you still mess up. Yeah, this is right, right? An Apollo reference would be awesome. Cool. This is ripped Apollo. This is pre-Diminish Apollo. Ah, darn it. It was so promising. That was like the best hand in repose that I had drawn in my life. And it was the wrong way. Or was it? I'm wigging out right now. Yeah. Yeah, I was correct. Okay. God. I'm correct in assuming that I was incorrect. Okay. So this, the angle of the arm should be naturally a bit more like this, I think. If I was learning anything from my studies in the mirror. Random detailed hand. I don't know. Is that a thing? Celine says, yeah, this needs a tries counter and a status display on top. That's good. This is the Apollo from Replenished. Please, more cats. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this Apollo is definitely not diminished in any way, yeah. Yeah. I don't hate that hand right now. It looks kind of weird. It looks like they're giving the finger to some random creature. I think. Don't do that. I think this needs to be more obviously an index finger. That's maybe more like it. We'll see. Ugh. Yeah, I need work. I need work on that. It's not correct. This is not how hands work. I'm out of my comfort zone right now, though. That's what you have to do. You want to improve. So this turned into a bit of a art training session, I guess. It's not the worst thing in the world, I guess. It's just, it's not exactly correct. I don't know. You can see the butt and you can see the leg. That's all I wanted. That's all I wanted in my life, dude. so I call it a win. Well, that's the thumb. What am I doing? What? Gorgeous boy posted in the Discord? Whoa! Oh my god. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what a superior artist looks like. I know that comparisons aren't necessary. And once again, a completely different take on the character that is absolutely perfect. Part of me wonders if I should show this on stream. It's not really not safe for work, but I don't know, I want to be careful. This is my entry into being halfway a public figure. That is unbelievable. Spooshy? That's yours? Oh my god. Speechless. Yeah, that it is. That's ridiculous. That's as good as it gets. It really is. That's inspiring. I can't believe Apollo is this sexy. You've outdone yourself. This is stupid good. You know, Celine, that is an excellent point. That is a remarkable point. I can't believe that I did that. We're going to show this, and we're going to end the stream with this. Because, honestly, if not with this, then there is nothing to end the stream with. This is the only way. I don't know if any of you out there are ready for this. You might want to avert your eyes because this art is too good. And because truly... it might cause feelings within you. Do you have a Twitter, Spooshy? Is it the same as your YouTube? Yeah, it's definitely not explicit. It's just, it's so realistic that it I don't know. I'm just an idiot. I'm sorry. It's kind of a dumb thing that my mind did. Celine was absolutely right. It is spooshy. And with this, I think I'm gonna go ahead and call it for now. It is almost midnight 30 for me. It's been 4.5 hours of just pure joy, ending with Apollo in their true form. This is what Apollo would look like if I had any balls in my freaking body. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe it's just style. But just to our point, Every single Apollo fan art today, completely different style, completely different take on the character, absolutely perfect and accurate, and alright. I'm gonna let you all go for now. I want to do this again. I don't want to go, but I will. Thank you all so much. I feel like there's nothing I will ever do or say that will make up for what you've done for me. But you all have made my life way better. You've changed my life forever. And thank you. Have a great one, everybody. I wish you all the very best that life could possibly have to offer. And someday, I don't know, death maybe. But hopefully we don't have to think about that for a while. Much love, everybody. Till next time, dream on, friends. Peace. I don't want to go.